En vivo y en directo, a todo color, empezando la semana con todo, es el casino de tu tío Salo, con el gran Farhan y con el gran Alex. ¿Cómo de que no? Muy feliz lunes, espero que todos estén muy bien, que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana, que les haya sido leve, que la hayan podido disfrutar, que hayan podido relajarse, descansar. No como los degenerados que les traigo acá, les traigo al gran Alex y al gran Farhan en este momento. Y vámonos a ver las tablas de una vez, ni para qué les hago tanto cuento, y nos vemos en un rato para otro video también, obviamente. All right, boys, how you guys doing?
Good morning, how you guys doing? Doing good.
Good to see you. I'm glad you guys are surviving Mexico. That is the most important thing here.
It's so difficult, bro. So difficult, but we're getting by. We're getting by.
Yeah, barely.
I'm just so glad. All right. Should we just start jumping into the charts, or is there any market market talk you guys want to go over?
Aside from the usual Middle East conflict, not really much.
Well, the Russia one is the one that's really going crazy, no? Like, literally, we're bombing Russia, like big cities, and Russia is also bombing the fuck out of the Ukraine too, but no one's talking about it. This is what's interesting about it.
Yeah. Did you see how the German officers are helping the Ukrainians invade Russia? Imagine if Hitler could see that. He'd be like, why didn't I think of this?
God damn it. And he would be tweaking with his math like, oh, damn it.
Yeah,
poor Hitler. But other than that, really, there isn't much other than whatever they're getting us ready for, and that's why they're going to try to shut down Telegram and all that good stuff, right?
Oh, yeah, because Telegram is where you see all the real shit on the front lines.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, there's no bullshit in there, and that's what they want. They so whatever we're going towards should be arriving soon.
You guys should start stockpiling anti-radiation pills.
Listen, if there's a fucking apocalypse, I'm not gonna be one of those fucking pussies that stays there and he's like, I'm gonna hide in my house with my dog. I'm gonna go out there and be eaten by radiation and the zombies. Like, I don't want to be hiding from everyone for 35 years, right? Like, in a little house without any food and then having to like fight for my life. Like, no, I was here in a really comfy place in this world. You're not changing that away from me. I'm too old. I'll die right away.
Hey, I live in Houston, so Houston is a major target for a nuclear bomb. I'd be wiped out like that.
Why do you think so?
Because it's one of the biggest transportation hubs in the country, and also oil and gas.
Are you by where those things are? Because I don't know what the reach of these things are.
These nukes have hundreds of miles radius.
Because this is what I'm thinking. If they nuke LA, I feel like I would be safe.
I don't want to dox you, so I
mean, you might be.
I think you might be, but they're probably gonna hit LA with multiple nukes. So who knows?
Oh, come on, fine, come on. Well, like I said, I'll go kill myself in the most epic way too. By the way, and if you guys are watching and you guys live around me, I'm fucking taking you with me. Like, I'm gonna be one of those guys that's gonna be a nightmare for anyone that's alive. Just because I'm a pussy, just so you guys know.
I mean, to be honest, it might actually be better to just go outside and get it over with in a split second versus trying to survive.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if we get to that, no, thank you. I'm out. Like, I already lived some cool shit. I already saw some stuff. I already had sex a few times. I'm good to go. Like, let's get rolling. All righty. Oh my God. Are you boys ready? Ready? Whoever's going to do the first one? Rivian. This is a hard one. We haven't looked at it since Friday.
Oh my God, my computer's freaking out on the alerts again. 1 second.
Do you want to do it, Alex? And then Farhan, you want to do Roblox?
Yeah, for sure. I'm pulling it up.
Let me see what's in the charts right now. Let me see what's in the stars. Nice. All righty.
All right, cool. So yeah, here we have Rivian. I'm interested to see how the weekly closed on Friday. And, you know, the weekly is nice. We're just still in this EMA chop right now. Under the 9, but, you know, holding the 21 again, which is a promising sign. And on top of it, we reclaimed, you know, a support, my meme support line. You know, the perfect back test of it to the T, actually. Very nice, very clean. That's what we like to see. You know, ideally, we have 4 days. We want to just see where this weekly closes. If it can reclaim the 9, then I do think we do have a lot more upside we can look to, especially at this $15.30 level. No, that'll be an interesting level. We can reclaim that. This was basically the last level before we had this nice dump all the way back down to here at around 10. So this will be a key area for Rivian, in my opinion. If we can reclaim $15, then we look for this high to get taken out, and then possibly squeezing us up to this $23 mark, filling that gap there perfectly. At that point, then we'll have to basically just watch to see the reaction here. Not only would that be good because we basically take out this last rejection high, but then also we get this potential weekly EMA 100 reclaim, which would be super crucial. Rivian doesn't have too much data on the weekly, so I mean it's just populating very slowly. And when in that case, I like to look at like the 2-day then if there's not too much data. And the 2-day is telling an interesting story. This is closing in 6 hours. If Rivian can get back above $14.70, I'll be looking at this as potentially there's a structure forming here after taking out this last basically wick high rejection. What we'd want to see here essentially is for this low not to get taken out. Bulls can basically be on the camp that this is the next higher low on the 2-day, potentially forming an uptrend again. Confirmed if we can break this high here at $18.70, which is a ways to go. But as you all know, Rivian likes to move kind of aggressively. So anything's possible at this point. You should be watching the daily. You ideally, if you are bullish, you want Rivian to reclaim the daily 21 today. We got above the 9 and the EMA 100. That should have been your first sign that there's strength happening here, especially when you see this kind of slow grind down. Oftentimes you'll get this like stair step down to a big pop. Everyone starts shorting down here. This is kind of like the gray zone in the chart. We didn't fully hit support at $12.30. Kind of front ran it, and we got that nice expansion on Friday. So ideally, what we should be looking for is to watch the 21 get reclaimed. If you're bullish, you'd want this 9 to flip back up above the 21. That would be a welcoming sign, 100%. And if we see here, let me just check BBWP before I go. It's in this nice. It's basically reset. It's at 23% roughly. So volatility is expanding, and it's starting to curve up, which is a welcoming sign for bulls. This daily EMA 100 is big on Rivian. Big drops anytime we lose it, and big pumps anytime we reclaim it. So ideally, that's something we want to keep watching and be mindful of. As long as Rivian's above that, even if we can't reclaim the 21 for now, it still gives bulls the momentum to either consolidate for a little bit, for the chance to pop higher. Overall, though, strong chart. Just watch the daily. Ideally, you want basically us to reclaim this 21. If we can reclaim the 21 on the daily, I don't see why we wouldn't hit $15.22, in my opinion. And then from there, as I mentioned, just keep a close eye on this level here. This is a big spot. Big moves like to happen right at this point. But at that point, the weekly will have, assuming it closes, we'll have already reclaimed the 9. So if that's the case, then we'd expect the 9 to keep acting as support. Let me just check the monthly. Not a lot of data on this chart, but ideally we just want this 9 to get reclaimed. 4 days left. You can look at this as basically an aggressive backtest of the 9 after it got reclaimed. You just want it to keep holding. We can see the monthly 21's pretty up there at $21. So ideally, if we can start forming structure, especially on the daily and the 2-day, Rivian can have momentum to go higher. We just can't disregard this EMA 100 plus, which it basically is lining up with this $15.30 level. This 2-day to me solidifies that it is a big level right here, which makes sense. We just backtest it, break down, break out. Big moves happen here at this green line. So watch very closely, especially for today when we get a 2-day closure. Ideally you'd want this level at $15 to start getting reclaimed, and then consolidate above would be welcome. So overall, strong chart. Watch the daily. Things are developing, especially with this back test here at $13.74. That's strong. That's what you want to see. Move down, hits it, and then shoots back up. well above the EMAs, and we have the 9 curving. If this can go back and reclaim $15.30, that'll ultimately make the 9 cross the 21, giving bulls more strength and more of a case to definitely squeeze back up to this $18 level. That'll be very key. If we can break this last rejection high, especially on the 2-day, then in my opinion, you can argue we're in an uptrend. So watch very closely.
Well done, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I'm going to share my screen now. Oh. What? My teeth got like a weird vibration. What the fuck? Okay. Let's go. Well, I'm sorry, guys. Part of being old. Okay, Farhan, you're doing Roblox, and then Alex for the next one. AMAT. AMAT. Amat.
Okay. Nice.
All righty. Estamos viendo Rivian, damas y caballeros, y lo estamos viendo en la temporalidad semanal. Y básicamente lo primero que les quiero enseñar es la estructura de lo que, del movimiento que se viene. Estamos viendo literalmente esto empezar en julio del 2023. El precio de este momento en Rivian está en los 14,29 centavos. 14,29 centavos. Llegó a tocar un bajo más bajo en los 8.29. Vamos a ver qué exactamente puede hacer. Estamos viendo la vista semanal. Podemos ver que venimos en una tendencia bajista, pero estamos empezando a crear estructura después de un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido en esta zona. Y ahora estamos dando el pompazo, pero tuvimos un encontronazo con esta resistencia que le hemos encontrado 2 veces, bueno, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 veces, 7 veces en la semanal, lo que nos dice que efectivamente esto es bastante difícil de romper a la alza. Acá tenemos un gran soporte justamente en los 13,28 y el precio rebotó en los 13.28 y va de subida. Voy a prender en este momento mis indicadores rápidamente para que los puedan ver. Estamos retomando justamente el promedio del 9 en la semanal, que está en los 14.11. Estamos en 14.24 y venimos a rebotar en el 21, que es en 14.11. Digo, en los 13.65, que es el amarillo. Vamos probablemente a ir a buscar encontrarnos con el 55, lo que también confluye un poco con esta línea bajista, esta tendencia bajista. Nuestro primer objetivo sería poder romper los 15. Podemos ver esta línea está justamente en los 15 y también sacar este alto que hicimos local en los 18.85. Si podemos romper acá, se vería bastante bien el precio de Rivian. En este momento se ve bien y probablemente vayamos a buscar estos $22 del promedio de los 100. Cuando vemos la mensual, es algo que Alex justamente nos enseñó en este momento. Cuando volteamos a ver la mensual, estamos todavía abajo de la 9, el promedio del 9. Y esto es algo que cierra en 4 días, 7 horas. Básicamente, este fin de semana vamos a tener este cierre. Queremos estar arriba del promedio de los 9 porque eso sería la primera señal de que sí probablemente vayamos a ir para arriba. Como pueden ver, una vez más, poniéndoles estas líneas, vean lo importante que es esta resistencia que estamos enfrentándonos en este momento. Entonces, viéndolo en la mensual, estamos peleando con la 9 y lo queremos retomar. La 9 está, el promedio de los 9 está en 14.58. Una vez más, Rivian en este momento está en 14.25. De aquí vamos a ir rápidamente a la diaria. La diaria nos da otra muy buena. Recuerden que mientras más nos acerquemos en temporalidades, mientras más corta la temporalidad, si voy de mensual a semanal, a diaria, a más corto, estamos viendo movimientos más al corto plazo que a largo plazo. Y si ves una divergencia donde en la de largo plazo, pon tú en la semanal, que te da movimientos a meses, no retomando niveles importantes, pero la diaria sí, simplemente vas a tener la manera de ver eso y analizarlo es, al corto plazo va a haber movimiento alcista, pero no va a ser mucho más de lo que pueda lograr una tabla de lo que se ve en la semanal. Entonces, básicamente es como lo tienes que ver. En la diaria podemos ver que estamos literalmente encima de todos los promedios. Acabamos de cruzar el S&P 200. El precio está pompeando en 14.30 y está bien. Digo, acabamos de retomar también el 9, el 100, el 55, el 21 y el 200. Pero cuando volteamos a ver la de 2 días, esto en la diaria se ve bastante bien. De nuevo, queremos cerrar arriba de los $15. Pero en la de 2 días, y esta tabla cierra hoy, estamos apenas retomando el 55 el día de hoy, el 9, el 21, y tienes un cruce por acá de donde el 21 se trepa en el 9. Eso es bastante bueno y queremos que lo mantenga. Y vamos a ir a buscar por acá el promedio de los 100. Este es en la de 2 días, que está en 14.67. Probablemente vayamos a ir a darnos una vuelta a buscar los 16.15, si podemos romper esta resistencia en los 15.09, que es muy importante. Así que vamos a mantener un ojo bien abierto a Rivian. No queremos ver una baja de precio. Básicamente hoy no queremos ver que Rivian baje de donde abrió y queremos ver que pueda seguir empujando a la alza y romper estos 15.09. Ese es nuestro siguiente objetivo en Rivian. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. All righty, let's do Roblox.
Let's get it. Sharing my screen.
Do it up, son.
The game that has destroyed the lives of countless parents.
Oh, yeah. They got him by the balls, too, because those fucking kids are spending a fortune in it.
Oh, I used to, as you guys know, how I used to run a daycare. So parents would come all the time talking about how they can't make the payment on time that week because their kid used their credit card for Roblox and ran it up like $700-800.
That's insane. Sell the kid. That's crazy.
And by the way, what's really sad is that it's not hard to believe.
Nope.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, that fucking blows dick.
So right now on the weekly on Roblox, we got a fresh silver cross to the upside, and we opened last week on a major gap up. Right now, we're testing right around the top of this blue 38.2% zone. Naturally, like you would expect some type of resistance here, unless the asset is extremely bullish, in which case it'll blast through and go to the 50%. The reason why I don't think so is because we have a fresh silver cross, and usually we like to retest the 9 EMA. Right now, that 9 EMA retest would be a perfect fill of this gap right here. So it comes down, fills this gap, gets people bearish again, and then retests this 9, leaves it as a wick, and then moves back up towards the upside. Right now is what I'm thinking is probably going to happen. If you look at what coincides with that, if you look at our momentum indicator, the HPDRO, which is I like to call it a momentum indicator, but it's actually a directional volatility. So it tells you which direction the volatility is going to go into, which is the same thing as a momentum, basically. But this is flipping back down a little bit, and it's right about to hit this moving average, which tells you that you should be looking for while volatility is flipping on as well. That tells you should be looking for a corrective move towards the downside, which would also be that retest of this 5 EMA, filled this gap. The silver cross would be perfectly tested, and then you'd be able to move to the upside, because you almost always you're going to see a retest of this at least the 5 EMA, if not the 9 EMA on the silver cross. And retesting those EMAs on the silver cross is actually more healthy than not retesting them, because you're able to build a base and you're able to make another higher low before you move back up to the upside, which gives you a healthy market structure.
And you also bring the averages down more, right? Which also helps you in the trend.
Yeah. These ranges also move, which gives you more statistical probability to continue.
Got it.
So if we look at the jewel is starting to flip. At first, it flipped to a neutral signal and had a little bit of a negative curvature, but now starting to flip back up. We still don't have this light blue cyan color, which is I call it the buy signal. We don't have that yet, but we're very close to getting it. If we were to close, I want to say anywhere over this blue 38.2% level, which is around $44.88. I'm pretty sure it's going to flip back up to a blue cyan color, and then from there we would probably not retest this 9, and we probably just go straight up to this 50%, which is around $47.11. But until then, we have to assume that it's going to come back down to retest this 9 EMA. I'm curious about. Oh my God, that monthly candle is insane. We came down on the monthly, tested right to the median, and we found a crazy amount of buy pressure. We're now we're not only above the 38.2, we're above the 50%, and we're brushing up right against the 61.8% level. And if we look at our momentum indicators, right now it's pointing heavily towards the upside. It's breaking back into this over the 60 level, which I consider to be the bullish control zone, and we're getting volatility support with it. Our jewel is also giving us the first sign of a light blue cyan buy color as well, a buy signal. So if we do get a close over this 61.8% level, which lines up with this meme line I have drawn right here, I would say that we're probably most likely going to come over here to this 78.6, which also lines up with this previous objective high, somewhere around $50. And at that point, I would expect some type of consolidation, maybe come back down to retest this line here. If it's still bullish and we can still keep within this line, at that point, I would say, okay, we're probably going to go back up to just this high over here, which is around $73. It's a very significant move from here, almost very close to 100% move. I want to say it's like 80%. But I don't want to bullshit you. I'll give you the actual number. About 70%. Let's go to the daily. Daily right now is leaving the same thing. We're closing up above every one of these major statistical return ranges, and we're basing right now at the 61.8% level. So if we can close above this level, we'll probably hit somewhere between the 78.6, which is at $45, and the 88.3, which is at $47. And on the other hand, though, our momentum indicators, our direction of volatility is starting to point down, while the regular volatility is pointing down as well. So that's telling us that this is going to be a corrective move if we do go down. If we don't go down at all, then very likely we consolidate here, and while these indicators reset back to the upside. But for now, we should be looking for consolidation or a little bit of a pullback based on the daily setup. Let me check out the momentum pivots, then we'll call it there.
What's that thing that it does every single time you get in there?
Trading view alerts.
Oh,
such a weird alert too, like the ding.
Yeah, it's very specific too. Nothing on my phone sounds like that.
Yeah, it's very annoying. I don't know how to turn them off.
I have no fucking clue.
So right now on the weekly on our momentum pivots, we're within the bullish control zone. Actually, even higher than the bullish control zone. We're like in the bullish critical zone, and the momentum is still freshly pointed towards the upside. As long as price closes above $43.46, momentum will stay to the upside, and we should expect our next leg from there after since the momentum is up, and since then we have that silver cross, so we would expect that to play out. If momentum does flip back down, then we can expect that retest of that silver cross. And then from there, we would consolidate while momentum comes back down towards this 79 to 60% area. And then from there, we can expect it to flip back up based on the silver cross and based on being above every single major moving average. But until then, as long as this number is we're above this number, we'd have to assume that price will still continue going to the upside. Go to the monthly. The monthly is very heavily pointed towards the upside while rejecting the middle zone, the neutral zone, the 50%. And it starts starting to flip back up. As long as the price is above $38.47, monthly will stay up, and we should expect a move from there to most likely somewhere around these previous rejective highs right there. The same number we were looking at before, around $72 to $73. But for now, I'm looking for some type of consolidation, maybe a pullback based off of the daily, but based off the weekly and the monthly, I'm thinking that we still keep going higher from there.
Very nice, sir. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. And then for you after is going to be MSTR, which I think is MicroStrategy, right?
There is no second best.
There you go. Motherfucker. Ok. Estamos viendo Roblox en este momento y lo estoy viendo en la semanal. Ok. Voy a quitar rápidamente mis indicadores para que lo puedan ver mejor. Roblox está cotizando en $44 con 40 centavos, sigue moviéndose para arriba. El más bajo que ha tenido Roblox me parece que son los 21.66 y eso lo logró exactamente en mayo del 2022. Una vez más, cotizando en 44 es bastante saludable encima del 21, más allá del doble, más allá de un movimiento de 100%. Ahora, ¿qué estamos viendo en la semanal? Estamos empezando a formar estructura. Puedes ver cómo tuvimos este bajo, llegamos aquí arriba, que es un alto más alto que este. Tienes este bajo, que es definitivamente más bajo que este, y empiezas a subir, ¿no? Eso es bastante bueno y eso nos dice que solamente viendo las velas semanales, que nos da un movimiento para adelante probablemente en las próximas 3, 4 semanas, a los próximos 2 meses, para adelante. Ahora, si les pongo mis indicadores, pueden darse cuenta que tenemos un cruce plateado, un silver cross a la alza, justamente en esta zona, donde el promedio del 21 se va por encima del 55, que es el amarillo, por encima del 55, que es el naranja. Cuando eso pasa, normalmente nos da movimientos alcistas, pero vienes a retestear la 9. Por lo general vienes a darte un retesteo de la 9 cuando puedes ver este movimiento tan alto y tenemos una resistencia aquí en los 44.88 que definitivamente queremos romper con este movimiento, pero a nadie le sorprendería si Roblox se da una vuelta acá y empieza a consolidar encima del 9. Eso sigue respetando estructura porque tienes acá este bajo y este bajo más alto, tienes este alto y este alto más alto. Entonces, siempre y cuando venga a consolidar por esta parte y no pierdas los 38, digamos los 38.50, 38.40 dólares de valor, que de nuevo estás bastante por arriba de ello, todo se ve bastante alcista. Cuando volteamos a ver a la mensual, para que nos podamos dar una buena idea de cómo se ve esto, no hay mucha información en Roblox porque también es una de esas empresas que salieron en el 2020, 2021 me parece, 2021, en marzo del 2021. Pueden ver esta vela semanal gloriosa, digo mensual gloriosa, vino, retesteó la media del canal en donde la tengo pintada, no nada más vino a retestear esa, vino a retestear el promedio del 9, el promedio del 21 y ahora va en camino para arriba a pelearse con los 44.88. Definitivamente queremos romper los 44.88. Esta vela cierra en 4 días y 6 horas, pero tal cual empiezas a formar una vez más esta estructura alcista. Así que tengan pendiente esto. Esto es básicamente un poco lo que quieren seguir viendo y la continuación del movimiento. Cuando nos acercamos un poco más y nos ponemos a ver la diaria, podemos ver que estamos encima de todos los promedios, del 100 que es el rojo, el 55 que es el naranja, el morado es el S&P 200, el 21 y el 9. Aquí es donde decimos que probablemente el precio venga a retestear por acá, donde ha formado un tipo de suelo en los 42.06 y eso sería bastante saludable para el precio con una buena consolidación. En el Joule de Farhan todavía no tenemos un buy signal, pero se está convirtiendo en un buy signal. El momentum sigue para arriba, lo que estamos esperando es que simplemente no perdamos la zona de los 38.50, 38.40, siempre y cuando no bajemos de esa zona que está más o menos abajo de donde está el 55 y el S&P 200. Todo esto se ve bastante alcista. Tu siguiente objetivo serán los 44.88 y de ahí podemos empezar a intentar romper este 47, que es bastante importante el nivel para poder crear un nuevo alto y de ahí definitivamente ir a buscar esos casi 50 dólares tan deliciosos que tiene Roblox. Y ahí lo tienen, Roblox cotizando en 39, digo, en 44.26, bastante alcista en este momento por diferentes cosas. All right, Alex, let's get it. Wait, now this
Hey,
is...
before we do that, somebody's asking me a question. They want to see how I set up my HPDR. Is it cool if I pull that up real quick?
Yeah.
All right, so it's pretty basic, my settings on the HPDR, because I don't use the default settings. I change the look back. The look back is based on means how many bars it looks back to get the statistical data off of that. So if you look at the HPDR, there we go. Here are my settings. All right, so I have price source on a close. This is not the default setting. The sampling length, I switched that to a 7. I have this at this
Why?
is 100,000 because the default one is 14, and which is a little bit too high in my opinion. Whenever you switch it to 7, it makes the data a little bit more accurate.
Okay.
Because 7 is basically one week or 7 bars.
Got it.
And 14 is 2 weeks. So I like to use 7 because it gives you a little bit more of an accurate data numbers. My transparency fill is at 85. This is all default. The rest of this is mostly default. The only thing that I really changed is this sampling length 7, and then I changed these ranges. The ranges at first, it gives you like 50% and the 50% is the blue zone usually. I switched that blue zone to 38.2 based off the Fibonacci numbers. So I have 38.2, 50, 61.8, 78.6, and 88.3. This is also custom that I do myself. On the default settings, it doesn't give you the Fibonacci levels. I like to use these because they also work a lot more accurate than the default ones, because price likes, especially on crypto, price loves to follow the Fibonacci levels. So that's what I have as my settings. It's pretty cool if somebody got the HPDR.
Well, I was going to say, I'm going to have to get it too. I was thinking about it because it's so stupid that I don't have it.
Don't get it yet. Don't get it yet. In a couple of days, it's going on sale.
Okay. So that I can, thank you for that. So that I can put it on and show everyone what the fuck you're talking about exactly. Just like I can show Alex's, because we don't have like any fancy shit. We have everything here. But on yours, if I just have the HPDR, I'm able to literally show exactly the same thing.
It gives you my momentum indicators and volatility as well. It's like an HPDR suite. A whole bunch of different indicators.
How much is that?
The regular price is about $800, but it's going to be, I think, 25 or 30% off in a few days because it's going to be Crown's birthday, so it's going to be a little bit cheaper.
Please ping me whenever that happens.
Will do.
All righty. Thank you. Sorry, Alex. It's your turn to shine, baby. Wait, what is this? Applied Materials? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know the stock. I'm not sure of the fundamentals, but the chart's
So here you
actually
go.
interesting here.
So real quick, he's saying, good morning. Can you please check AMAT, please? These are Nvidia suppliers.
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, because I know Nvidia has earnings coming up. Nvidia's charts looking
Wednesday,
interesting.
dude.
Yeah. So like essentially what I'm seeing is I want to focus on the weekly here. It's really simple, right? I mean, if you just visually look at this, we've been holding the weekly 21, any major dump that's happened. Granted, we've had one or two closures under it for this entire rally, since it basically got reclaimed in January of 2023. And now we're seeing a shift. I mean, a shift in the sense that we've totally flipped these two major moving averages into resistance, and even put in a bearish retest here. Cause of concern for sure, because what we don't want is what's kind of happening now is trends starting to form back into it's going from an uptrend to a downtrend, and I do believe it's more evident on the daily. Right here we can see essentially, this was a big low that it formed, and then we just very cleanly kept making higher lows and higher highs. Yeah, it wasn't until we broke this last higher low here, from this point, that we had a massive dump, and then breaking this low just exasperated it. Now we've had an impressive rally, but I mean, even on the daily, you can see exactly where this EMA 100 came, which is one of my bull market or uptrend basically checkpoints. We got to get above that to have any kind of real sustained rally. And for now, it looks like a basically is rejecting it. Last week's closure also would have been something to be concerned about. This looked like potentially an evening star, a nice move up. Closed not necessarily as a doji, but more small body.
Yeah,
this is often in my opinion, an evening star, even if it's not red. Especially with these two moves up, we'll know if it's an evening star if we get confirmation down this week, actually. So something to consider that with that too, because usually that's a bearish reversal pattern, and seeing that on the weekly isn't the best. Another point on this chart that I thought was interesting was if we go and take a fib retracement essentially from a bearish one, assuming that the trend's going down from this wick high here to this closing low. You can see here, price is actually having a pretty hard time getting back into that golden pocket zone. Not only do I have my meme line here, I'll make this a different color, but also you can see it's rejecting the 618, an area you would expect to reject and put in that lower high essentially. And then we falling below here now it's just basically catching resistance at the 0.5. So ideally, what's next? Well, what I'm watching on this chart is if we go back to the daily here, we have 2 points. We have also, yes, we're rejecting now, but we are approaching support. We can't disregard this support. And what bulls want is essentially this to hold. We don't want this low to break. It's really simple. And we'll know this is going to probably start breaking down if we start losing this mid-range here at $186, in my opinion. If we start losing that on a closing basis, and I do think it'll proceed for a dump, and we'll actually go and back test this $166.79 level. But right, we want to first see where the reaction will be at this estimate 200, because on this chart it's been basically a massive level. Each and every time we've gone down to it. Last time was basically here in October, where we put in that nice bottom at $129, $130 region. So for now, momentum's with bears, especially with this bearish retest on the daily, losing every major moving average. It's not the best sign, and I wouldn't look for upside basically until we can reclaim this EMA 100 on the daily, right around 210 to 211. If we keep rejecting that, along with the weekly staying under the 9 and the 21, I do think this is flipping and changing structure to a nice easy uptrend to now possibly a downtrend. And if the trend is your friend, you don't want to fight it, and if the chart is telling you something, you don't want to force a trade. That's basically illogical. Just out of curiosity, checking if we have any crosses. At the moment, we do actually have technically a silver cross to the downside as well, that happened on July 29th here. See the 21 moving above under the 55. Not a good sign. We then expect this 9 to be resistance, which is exactly what's happened now, solidifying that silver cross. So watch closely. Hopium here is that you essentially want this low that was formed. Let me just get this out of here. Basically, the hopium, there's two sides here. So the bull hopium case is essentially we don't break the August 5th low. We will come back down to this $188, $187 region, which essentially will be around this like back test of the SMA 200. At that point, you just want consolidation above. You want to try to form structure so we can get the trend back up, especially on the daily. And this is the spot where this is like the last spot for bulls to hold, in my opinion. If the daily loses this, then it basically will have, in my opinion, it'll just basically be a bad sign for the weekly and the weekly closure. Getting back here and not holding possibly opens up this $165, call it $166 level. And at that point, I don't see why we wouldn't just go and hit this weekly EMA 100. Right at 155 now.
Look at the 2-day one just for my own sake, because I think that puts exactly what you're saying into like that's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah. So
they're about to have a silver cross too to the downside.
Yeah, so like on this 2-day, it's actually interesting because you're right. Like it's very obvious here that this 21 basically was very important for price, held it down. On top of that, you see here that we are approaching support. We see this on the 2-day EMA 100, but also the daily SMA 200. Big level here. If price doesn't hold it, in my opinion, that's probably going to give us momentum to break this low, solidifying the downtrend. And then you have that estimate 200 here, right? It's very much like on the daily. If the daily can't hold this level, then we look at the next low right around here. And then if we flip to the 2-day, essentially, right? Because if we're rejecting the EMA 100, we go to the 200 SMA. So it'd be the same logic here on the 2-day. We're going to go to the EMA 100. If we lose that, the next level is here, right at 163, and it'll keep going up. Most likely lines up with this 165 region. Ideally, consolidation above there, you could just argue we're in a big range. Ranges from $214 to $166, call it. But as it stands, it looks like a bearish retest. Volume is BBWP is at extremes, but curving up again, and it can keep going and staying at extreme levels. And ideally, that's basically it. I mean, ideally, you just want consolidation at this region here. Bear hopium is essentially we roll over, we lose this SMA 200. It makes for an easy trade then, because what was once massive support is going to be flipped into resistance, and at that point, you'll just target this $165 level. Once we lose this wick low, it's going to exasperate and move down. There's where it'll be really key. Are we going to put in potentially an SFP around here, like this, where price deviates a bit, comes back, and tries to flip this back into support? Probably, but we'll have to see if when we get to this level, because nothing's down only, and we can see here, even on this rip up that put in a bearish retest, and this is why having a trigger is really important. If things flip bearish, it's fine. That's good, but if you're trading, it's okay, but you don't want to front run it. This is still an impressive 24% mean reversion bounce. This chart has a lot of moves up and down. And that's why when you're playing these volatile assets like crypto, or in this case, AMAT associated with Nvidia, it's always better to play the extremity. So watch closely, essentially. This is kind of the last hopium, in my opinion. This like 189 to 190 level. If bulls can hold that, then potentially they can start arguing this could be the next higher low. But as it stands, daily's in a downtrend. This is looking like a lower high. Yeah, that's it. We are just now, as we speak, approaching support. We lose this today, or just at all on a daily closure, call it if this goes basically gets a daily closure under $191. Yeah, I'll be looking at this is the next lower high, and we'll be looking at 160 region as the next potential support. And then if that doesn't hold, obviously we have lower. But right, another hopium aspect is just the monthly. Big closure in the next 4 days, essentially. This monthly does look like a bearish retest here. ideally, then if you are bearish, you just want these two levels to give. It's this 9 and the 21 here. If that happens, then yeah, I do think this is going to totally, essentially, I think it's going to give up all of its gains that it made at this point, massive inefficiency, and come all the way back down to this $100 level, $120 level. And then at that point, it'll be very key to see the reaction, which makes sense to me. I mean, when you have a stock that's makes these moves very much like crypto, fizzles out completely, goes in a bear market, consolidates, everyone forgets about it, and then explodes. This looks like the Bitcoin chart in the early days.
Yeah.
So
by the way, that top on the monthly, that top can no, it's on the weekly. There's two super toppy candles that tell you also, if you go by candle theory.
This looks like a shooting star to me. And then you have another one here, ended up being a trap. Come here, took out these wicks, basically took out the stops here, ended up putting in my opinion, the shooting star. And then here you have the expansion. Now I think this is the evening star. But if it is this week, we will go down. Does that have implications for Nvidia? I'm unsure. I don't know the correlation between these two and the way they move together. But I know Nvidia has earnings, and I know Nvidia is at a really key point, but it also does have a silver cross to the upside, potentially giving more, maybe more legs to bulls. Just before I head off, I want to just check out the crosses, and you can see here we do have a silver cross to the downside. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that. So then ideally you just want this 9 to keep projecting, and this 21 here. It's all kind of meshed together, makes it strong resistance. Let me just see here if the weekly has any kind of crosses. Nope. The only thing I see is the 9s going under the 21. That's, weak. It's signaling that there is weakness here, and something to be mindful of, especially with this bearish retest that basically looks like that to me. So, ideally just be cautious, watch the daily as your metric on if this is going to be bullish or not. As of now, it looks like in a downtrend. I'm sure bulls are saying this is going to be, some kind of head and shoulder pattern right here, inverse head and shoulder. I don't think so, but we shall see, especially with this support right here at 194. Ideally, you want something like this if you're bullish. We can come down, consolidate for a few days, maybe earnings happen, and then we pop. But as it stands, the trend's your friend, and I would respect it.
It's just on the daily is making me nervous that it's going again so fast to go retest the SMA 200 when he barely touches it. Like there's enough days between each touch, whereas right now it's just like, all right, in like 2 weeks I'm heading back and seeing that. And then when I look at, and I never do the quarterly one, but I think it's important on something like this. When I look at the quarterly, it's creating the most insane engulfing bearish candle ever.
And that's a good point. Good point. And keep in mind, that kind of this didn't fully engulf, but it's looking similar to when we had this massive move down. I'm curious to see what the quarterly looked like here. This is pretty obvious. That's funny. This quarterly doji to the downside. Ideally, it's not looking the best, and this is a good point you bring up. A quarterly, if it does, there's still a month left, and this could easily.
That's a massive bearish engulfing.
As of now, it is engulfing. So not the best look. And that does have, it makes me wonder how Nvidia is going to be then, or what the implications are for that. So ideally, just watch closely. The trend is your friend on, an up and down. And if the trend is shifting, and we see that with the major moving averages, we're rejecting the 618 on the bearish retracement. And on top of it, we basically put in potentially an evening star here with a fresh cross of the 9 going under the 21. It's something to be cautious about if you're bullish on this. In my opinion, there should be no reason to be bullish on this chart as long as this 9 here, which is right around 206 on a weekly, is not getting reclaimed. This 206 level. Getting reclaimed would be the first sign for me, very promising. And then just getting back right above 214 would be really good in my opinion. Looked like a failed breakdown to reclaim to potentially higher. But as it stands, it's not the best. And the daily showing that with BBWP potentially looking like it still wants a little more. So watch closely. If this gets lost, this will be your first sign that this is going to probably break down harder. And then you have to watch this 160 level.
Well done, sir. Thank you so much for sharing that. And then Bitcoin's going to be yours.
I'll bet. Cool.
All right.
Fun one.
Let's go. I know something about that. Ok. Vamos a ver, estamos viendo a Matt. Matt es Amplify Materials Inc., que tiene algo que ver con literalmente Nvidia, como dice acá George. Dice, buenos días, pueden checar a Matt. Son suppliers de Nvidia, eso quiere decir son proveedores de Nvidia. Y no de Nvidia, como la que tiene tu tío, porque está saliendo con la tetona del barrio. Estamos hablando de Nvidia, la compañía que crea microchips. Este es un gran chiste que me da tristeza que Farhan y Alex estén perdiendo. Pero bueno, vamos a... Aparte, ¿no? Yo diciendo que mis chistes son fenomenales. Ok, lo primero que les quiero enseñar en esta tabla es la de el cuarto. ¿Y a qué me refiero el cuarto? Son 3 meses. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses juntos, ¿ok? Para que podamos ver el tipo de movimiento que ha tenido. En este momento, Amat está cotizando en $197.68. Quiero enseñarles el movimiento que ha tenido desde el 2019. Ha sido literalmente un 820%. Y cuando lo vemos un poco más cerca, acá del octubre del 2022, que fue el fondo del mercado donde estamos, ha sido un movimiento de 264% a la alza. Bastante bien, y no voy a decir 1 a 1 con Nvidia, pero bastante parejo. Ahora, cuando estamos viendo el gráfico trimestral, estamos viendo que está creando una vela envolvente bajista en este momento el cierre trimestral. Todavía falta 1 mes y 5 días para cerrarlo, pero esto sería una de las velas más bajistas que hay ahora sí que en cualquier tabla, y esto te diría que probablemente la cosa no se ve bien. Voy a poner mis indicadores rápidamente para que vean. Venimos, ni siquiera retesteamos el 9 que está en los 168 y nos fuimos para arriba, pero aún así estamos aquí abajo en los 198 y ha llegado un máximo de 255. Cuando volteamos a ver a la semanal, y esta va a ser una reorganización de la tabla, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Vemos que en la semanal venimos de acá arriba. En la semanal habíamos creado una vela de tope, 2 velas de tope. Nunca tuviste una validación, no tuviste ninguna confirmación en esta zona, pero esto te dio la confirmación, este caidón, porque tuviste el cierre aquí y luego tuviste otro cierre aún más abajo y luego tuviste otro cierre aún más abajo. Esto te confirma que muy probablemente esto sea un tope. Ahora, el precio cae, rebota en el 55, el promedio de 55 se va para arriba. ¿Qué pasa normalmente en este escenario? Vienes a retestear el 9 y el 21 y tal cual, retesteados, fallado y cayó. Volvimos a intentar llegar, ni siquiera llegamos y bajamos. Volvimos, ni siquiera llegamos a la mitad del camino y viene en bajada esta vela semanal, ¿ok? Cuando volteamos a ver a la diaria nos pone exactamente algo de lo mismo. Aquí pueden ver, y esto es algo que a mí personalmente me preocupa el precio de Amat, lo poco que tocamos el S&P 200, que es aquí y esto fue en diciembre del 2022, no lo volvimos a venir a ver hasta noviembre del 2023, un año después. Y en este momento, donde está el precio, acabamos de romper, recuerden que mi S&P 200 es la línea morada que están viendo acá, la acabamos de romper a la baja, la volvimos a retomar y ahí vamos a retestear en este momento en 197. El S&P 200 está en 194 y va a subir. ¿Qué me dice? Cuando volteo a ver todas estas velas por acá, esto también es una... Uy, casi no. ¿Lo es o no? No. Ok. Cuando estoy viendo el precio en la diaria, sobre todo, podemos ver cómo perdemos el 21, el 9, podemos ver cómo perdimos el 21, el 55. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, un silver cross a la baja, donde el 55 y el 21 cambian de dónde están. Uno se va encima, bueno, el 21 se va por abajo del 55, eso es un cruce plateado a la baja. También rompiste el SMA 100 en la diaria y estás peleándote contra él, no pudiste llegar a retestar el 55, cayó el precio, intentaste retomar el 21 y el 9 y te está rechazando y ahí vienes a donde está literalmente el S&P 200 una vez más en los 194. Y eso es lo que me preocupa, no se retestea tanto. Sí, ¿Quieres olvidarte de los indicadores? ¿Qué es lo que estamos formando solamente para la gente que esté aprendiendo? Un doble tope como de McDonald's. Luego tienes una gran caída, pierdes niveles importantes en esa gran caída. No tienes velas de tope en la diaria, pero las tienes en la semanal y además tienes esta ineficiencia que a ver si el precio lo va a venir a intentar cerrar en los 231. Pero por ahora lo importante es que esto no pierdas los 189. Si pierdes los 189, tu siguiente lugar a buscar son los 171. Si llegas a romper eso, estás en una tendencia clara bajista y no estás formando nueva estructura a la alza. Ahorita lo que la gente podría decir es que estás pasando de aquí y que va el precio por acá y siempre y cuando y rebote. Si ven justamente donde puse la línea y toca y converge con el 190, si el precio rebota aquí para arriba, bien, estás creando estructura alcista, pero si no lo hace, estás viendo un tope tal cual. Y esto es importante porque Nvidia va a declarar resultados el miércoles y se va a poner buena la cosa. Alrighty, let's go. Microstrategy. There's no better option. What do you say?
There's no
It was like
second
the Mercedes.
best.
There's no second best.
Mortgage your house.
Catchphrase.
Get rid of the college fund. All in on Bitcoin.
All in on Michael Saylor.
If you have a family business that you've been running for the past 25 years and you can't fathom to sell it, mortgage it and put the assets into the money into the most hard asset on the planet, Bitcoin.
Very hard. Very hard.
And why does Michael Saylor have the smallest hands I've ever seen in a regular person wearing a suit? Have you ever seen those videos from the past where he's wearing a brown suit and he's talking about like Apple stock and he's talking about like Bitcoin? No, maybe just Apple stock. And he's wearing a regular suit. I think it's brown, but my memory doesn't work well with colors like that. And his hands are so small.
His hands look small. I'm pulling up the photo. What the heck?
So small. It's really fucking weird. I think there's like do you guys see Men in Black? Like the little alien operating the person? I think we have some kind of thing like that going on with Michael Saylor. But I'm going to leave you guys to make that judgment on your own. We'll analyze it separately. But it does look like he's an alien.
Interesting.
With small, tiny hands.
Who loves Bitcoin? Who's hard for Bitcoin?
Oh my God. He fucking loves Bitcoin. You know, he's in his bedroom at night and he's like, suck my Bitcoin. And he's got a tattoo of Bitcoin in his dick. And then he's like, also get 100%. The Bitcoins. And then it's the balls and everything is just called the Bitcoin. I'm going to give you the Bitcoin tonight. You know, that's all he does.
You already know whenever he's doing his little Coinbase buys on his iPhone, he's ripping lines of Coke, pressing that button.
And by the way, all the Coke is arranged like a Bitcoin.
Like a B. Yeah, exactly.
Bitcoin. Ready.
All right, so MicroStrategy on the weekly. We in the past couple of weekly candles, we ended up reclaiming this blue 38.2 zone. We rejected it for the first time. Now we're finding a little bit of resistance here. We should expect even if it is bearish to come up here to test this top of the blue zone, since we are above the median and we've closed above it, which is currently at $156.57. If you flip to the directional volatility or the momentum, right now it's starting to flip down. Well, volatility is slipping down as well, which tells us that whatever move we get from here should be a corrective move and not really a trending move, especially since we're looking at this top of the blue zone to get hit at $156.57. If you look at our jewel is starting to curve back down, and it's giving us this dark blue color, which is considered the sell signal. It's not really confirmed yet. We need one more close to actually to give it a full curvature downwards, and we will very likely get it if we reject this $156.57 area. We reject that, it's going to confirm that dark blue color, and we have to expect that we're going to come back down to this bottom 38.2, which is currently at $131.05. At that point, I would be looking for it to base there and at least give us a little bit of a bounce, come back to retest the median. If it gets above the median, then I would say next higher low is in, and we can keep going from there. If it rejects the median, though, I would look for it to come down even lower and retest its 55 EMA, which is currently at $108.48. If we look at the monthly is looking kind of interesting. We're still above every single major EMA. We're getting a huge wick to the downside. We're getting buying pressure back up. and we've reclaimed the 9 EMA and the 5 EMA. I think we can most likely consolidate here if we, as long as we close this with a wick like this as a hammerhead. But the reason why I don't think that we continue to the upside from here is because of what range we're at. We're already at the 88.3% level. So it gives you a very small chance of continuation from here. What I would wait for is I would wait for this monthly to close. As long as we're still above every single major EMA, then I would look for these ranges to move up. If they do, then from there, I could say that we have the setup to continue higher. But until then, I would say sideways / down is the more likely path. When we look at our momentum indicators, its momentum is starting to flip back up to the upside, and we're above the moving average. And the volatility is starting to do that as well, where we're flipping back up and we're above the moving average. So I would look for whatever movement we get from this monthly setup to be impulsive and not corrective. And since momentum is starting to point back up, as long as we hold all of our major moving averages, especially the 5 EMA, I would say, and then the confirmation would be the range is moving up. If that moves up, then I would say, okay, we have our next higher low in right here, and we can move up and get our next impulsive move to the upside, which probably coincides with Bitcoin, because Bitcoin right now has our first weekly closure above the median since February at $48,000. The monthly on the opposite end, though, we're getting a little dark blue sell signal on the jewel, but we're still the pink is still above the yellow, and the jewel oscillator is above both of them. So if this does confirm, I would look for it to curve down right here, find a base somewhere around this 60 area, which I consider the bullish control zone, and then flip back up from there, which I think is more likely to happen because we're above every single major moving average, but we're more likely to go down because of the ranges are so high up. We're at the 88.3. So that would tell us that if we do consolidate and go down a little bit, along with this jewel sell signal, then we would wait for that to base and for the jewel in this bullish control zone, and our ranges to move up, and then we can continue higher. Let me draw a fib extension. I'll go for this one here. Yes, right now we're holding at the 78.6 level, which is right at the 88.3 and the 5 EMA, which is $144.56. If we do continue to get closures like this above this area and our ranges move up, my next logical target would be somewhere around this 99%, which is at $365. Very likely it's not going to happen in 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months. It's going to take a good amount of time for that to happen. And after that, I'd be looking at the $500 area based on the 161.8% level. If we look at the quarterly on MicroStrategy, yeah, quarterly even further proves my previous thesis that we don't go straight up from here and we probably range, because right now we're hitting the 99 and 100% range on the quarterly. We even went above it. We went above the HPDR completely. So we're at such extreme levels. The most logical thing is to expect some consolidation and sideways from here. We look at the jewels. We don't even have enough data to populate the yellow slow moving average. We only have the pink. But the pink is a more important one. We're above the pink, and we're getting a fresh cyan color to the upside. We draw a line of 35. I consider the 35 to be the bearish control zone. So whenever we get a flip around in 35, that usually gives you a very, very strong, at the very least, a mean reversion, if not a reversal. The last time we had it was right here. I'll draw a vertical line. And then right here. It's only ever happened twice where we've flipped back up in the bearish control zone on the quarterly. And the dates, 2019, 2009. What happened with the price there? We got a little bit of a COVID dump. This should be considered a black swan.
That must be a humongous dump, yeah.
Yeah, let's get a little measurement tool. Yeah, 45% in one candle, where we went down after the COVID dump. But this can technically be considered a black swan event, because COVID, nobody really expected it, and it came out of nowhere, and every single market dumped. But if you were to do it, the math from when the jewel actually did flip, and how much of a move up it got from there, it was about 819%. We do it from here, from the last one. This one we didn't have our little black swan. Price moved up 89%. Well, we got to go to the high. It moved up 140, almost 141%. Right now, we're getting that same thing right now where the jewel is flipping back up from the bearish control zone, but we're hitting extremes on our momentum and volatility indicators, as well as hitting extreme ranges on the HPDR. So just like over here, where we kind of went sideways for a little bit while the ranges moved up, and then we had a real move, is what I would expect to happen here. Sideways / down, maybe a little pullback, consolidation, ranges move up, and then we can get the real move from there.
Would you say the critical level of MicroStrategy is just not losing the EMA 9 on the monthly, for example, like the 123? And just continue to keep the structure and not lose the 102, right?
Yeah, if you lose the 5 EMA, then you're very likely going to come back down to test the top of the blue zone, 38.2% level, which is going to go up after next month. And I would say it's probably going to be somewhere around in the $70 to $75 range, which is a pretty significant dump from here.
Yeah, agreed. Okay. For you, next is Oxy, and thank you so much for that. Tenemos acá MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy, como todos ustedes saben, es un gran proxy para Bitcoin y espero que se estén divirtiendo con sus Bitcoins, todos ustedes, en este momento. MicroStrategy lo único que es una compañía de tecnología, pero literalmente lo que los está haciendo tener este tipo de alzas es que tienen una gran parte de su liquidez guardada en Bitcoin y aparte han emitido nuevas acciones para poder endeudarse y comprar más Bitcoin y como todos ustedes saben, Bitcoin está a la alza, así que MicroStrategy está bastante bien arriba. Estamos viendo la tabla mensual, podemos ver que estamos bastante por encima de absolutamente todo, consolidando en este momento el precio en un rango entre los 102 y los 172. MicroStrategy está cotizando en 148.32 en este momento y de nuevo sigue en una tendencia alcista, aunque viendo todos los indicadores de Farham podemos decir que todo está un poco sobrecomprado. Y para poder ver más movimientos a la alza, tenemos que ranguear justamente aquí donde estamos. Si no podemos ranguear aquí donde estamos, no podemos bajar los promedios y sin bajar los promedios no podemos seguir moviéndonos para arriba. Entonces, seguimos empujando definitivamente a la alza y pueden verlo acá. Estamos creando buena estructura, no estás creando nuevos bajos. El bajo más bajo que vio local en este rango fue en abril del 2024. Acá vinimos a intentar retomarlo, pero ni siquiera llegamos y empujamos para arriba. De ahí nos trepamos al EMA 21, después al 9 y seguimos arriba, lo que lo hace ver una tendencia alcista también en la semanal. En la diaria MicroStrategy está haciendo un poco de lo mismo. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja acá, pero estás ahora ya brincando por encima de literalmente el EMA 100, el 9, el 21 y el 55 y ahora vas a rankear entre mi zona de 144 y 172. Si MicroStrategy continúa consolidando en este rango sin romper los bajos que vimos antes, el objetivo a largo plazo, y estamos hablando probablemente más de entre 3 y 9 meses, está por ahí de los $370, pero tiene que seguir rangueando y respetar esto. Si llega a perder el rango y empieza a bajar, y obviamente esto es directamente afectado por Bitcoin, puedes imaginarte que tu siguiente objetivo serían los $102 o mínimo el S&P 200 que en este momento está en los 112. Podemos ver altos más altos, un alto más bajo, un alto más alto, pero este bajo es más alto que este, por lo que sigue creando estructura alcista para adelante. Se ve bien, bastante, ¿cómo se llama? Bastante rangona, si lo quieren ver así, ¿no? Cómo se está yendo de ladito y es parte de, no puede todo simplemente explotar a la alza y ya, tiene que darse respiros. Así que ahí lo están viendo, MicroStrategy creando la M de MicroStrategy. ¿Cómo lo está haciendo? Vean, nada más. Voy a dibujarlo por pendejo, ¿ok? La M de MicroStrategy. Bueno, ya basta de pendejadas. Voy a poner a Alex con el análisis de Bitcoin. Bitcoin, Alex. We're ready for the Bitcoin analysis. The Bitcoin.
I'm muted. Let me show this.
Wow, what a beautiful coin.
Nice. All right. So let's go back here. So basically what we saw, it was a big dump what happened in August. That wasn't the best of signs, especially when we lost this daily EMA 100. That's something that's just been like a point that I've been talking about with Bitcoin. Let me just take this off real quick. Why? Because it's just a big level. I mean, if you were watching Bitcoin closely in 2023, it would be no surprise to you that it was a big level, because anytime we'd come down, rally started 2023. Anytime we came down 2024, it marks some major bottom here. We'd get some major reaction. Price likes to be above that. So then essentially when we had this July dump here, we basically flipped that into resistance and fell. That's something I was watching for the first half. Now we broke through it, and that's a good sign. It doesn't take a few green candles though for me to go full balls deep bullish. I want the chart to prove to me that it is bullish. And how that would need to be done now is I simply just want a back test of this area. I'm liking that the 9's going perfectly almost to that 100. Usually we do back test it once we reclaim it. Usually, especially with Bitcoin. You can see this very much so. It reclaimed it. Price dumped straight into it. Quickly got bought up, and that was an opportunity to bid this EMA 100. I'm essentially watching the same thing now. It's no surprise to me that we basically are having this downside move, especially if you watch the 4-hour candles. This wasn't the best formation. This is like a shooting star in a 4-hour, while also not being able to reclaim this meme diagonal that, if you guys have been watching the streams for a while, this is something I haven't changed. I don't change my lines. They're meme lines, but I don't change them because it works. And, this diagonal was something we were talking about needed to hold. It did not. And ever since we lost this, it was a major dump. Here as well, major dump. So, it's interesting to see how this kind of stopped the price from going up more. I'm sure bears are looking at this. I'm sure many are looking at this diagonal because it's working. That's what that tells me. People are looking at this as basically a double top on the 4-hour with a shooting star, and they want this to go down. I'm sure people are shorting this now. Personally, I have no trigger to short. It'd be too risky to short up here. Because look at these wicks. This is a lot of volatility up. You're getting multi-$1,000 moves up for it then closing still under it. It makes this trading a little harder, especially if you use leverage. But for me, the easy trade is this. And this is something I've been talking about on the Elite Trading Academy Discord. Just wait for the back test. Let price prove to you that it's bullish. Per the book, if what was once resistance falling under major support, you should get a back test. It doesn't have to happen immediately like this one did. But ideally, that is something that we all should be on the lookout for. When you get this 9 touching almost this 100, which in the next few days, it will keep coming up more, while this 100 is slowly coming down, that's bullish. And it solidifies that this was a major spot for price. And there is strength. And we know that because of this cross here, 9 above the 21. Something to watch. And I do think it's interesting how basically, if you look at where price stopped, it was right at the diagonal. And we weren't able to close any closures above this. This is something I was talking about. Yes, we reclaimed major moving averages, and that's why it constitutes for a back test, and it makes sense. How do we reclaim this diagonal? We would have wanted this diagonal to hold then, not fall back in, fall back below it. So ideally, that's something to watch. I mean, it makes sense that we're coming down, especially like I mentioned, the 4-hour potential double top with the shooting star here. For me now, I have 2 points. It basically has just been the same analysis I've been talking about, where we now have reclaimed the 9 on the weekly. That was my first major point on Bitcoin going up, is it needs to reclaim the 9. If you go and look, where's the 9 now? It's currently sitting at 62,400. It's a very interesting point to me because Bitcoin needs to prove to me now that this has flipped it into support. It's not forming another lower high here. On top of that, we right around that 62K400 level, we have this EMA 100. Another point in my system where price needs to get above and hold this. So not only do we have the weekly EMA 9, but the EMA 100 on the daily, all coming around this point. Now, right now, what we see is we are at the SMA 200. So it makes sense. We should see a bounce here. Personally speaking, this should hold if we're super duper bullish, in my opinion. If not, then we have to look at the 100, and that's okay. If we even tap it and go, maybe leaves a wick, unsure. But ideally, you'd want this estimate 200 to hold. If it doesn't, slight weakness in my book. And then losing this 109 will be kind of the determination on, in my opinion, if this was a big trap, forming a lower high. Bitcoin, I said last week essentially, and I had a bear bias going into last week. But I'd mentioned the importance of bears need to step in last week. They were kind of running against time, and we see why. This whole dump to just slow bleed down while price is slightly making structure on like an hourly chart. We'll go to the 2-hour. Was our sign like right here at this point? It was in an uptrend structure on the 2-hour. Made this low, high didn't break this high. We came down, made another low, but couldn't break the last previous low. So it's a higher low to the higher high, and we just kept doing that until we got the breakout. On top of this, we did talk about this wedge here. We knew volatility was going to happen, especially with an event that we had last week. I guess it was true, and it worked out. Another point here, and this is where I went wrong, is I should have longed this retest here. Very, very easy, obvious invalidation, falling back below, even on the 2-hour you cut.
Hindsight 2020, son.
100%. And like the only reason I bring this up is because I'm always analyzing what I could have done either in a good trade or a bad trade. Yeah. And to me, it's nice because I have utter confidence in my meme lines. And this proves to me that it did work. So now what we all should be watching for is you ideally want to see what today's going to close like. If we're super duper bullish and Bitcoin's just going to go to the moon from here, this estimate 200 needs to hold, as simply put. If it's slightly weaker and we should be more on the edge of concern, we'll lose this. But then we definitely quickly want to get it reclaimed after we actually backtest this 9, this EMA 100. And then on top of that, the weekly is telling me, there's major bounce areas right around 62.2 to 62.4. Something to definitely be watching, because what we'd want is just a quick, like here, reclaimed the 9, major dump, quick tap to go. Now, this wasn't a sustained rally, but that's the idea behind it. You just want a quick tap and go. What you don't want is prices start fizzling, making this EMA 9 come up more, and then potentially leading to a dump. I know I have another chart here that kind of is representing, the downtrend here on the weekly. And this is still valid, right? So ideally, then what we'd want is we just want to break this here. We don't want this to roll over, which corresponds with the diagonal, something we've been watching for a while now, to basically solidify that this, is a lower high. I'm on the camp now that Bitcoin is bullish. I just need it to prove to me that it is before I assume it. And holding these levels, the weekly 9 and the daily EMA 100, is, in my opinion, very imperative. Because then at that point, then we can say that it is bullish because it's holding the bull market levels, in my opinion, the uptrend market. And that is something when we dumped in July, or I guess, 2 weeks ago, this is still hopium here. And this is why I know Farn uses the 5. There's nothing wrong with that. I like the 9 because the whole time the monthly didn't lose the 9 yet. And that to me is the last nail in the coffin. If we lose the EMA 9, I'll be extremely bearish on Bitcoin, even if the 21 is still holding, because what we could have is this scenario here: loses the 9, but it's still holding the 21, gets a little bounce to just major dump, and then here, still rejected. Essentially, this was a trap, and this is a trap. When price reclaims a major level after bouncing, no follow through. If you see it just opened up that month on April of 2022 to a slight upside to only down only. So something to watch here, but that is the hopium. And this monthly candle can turn insane. And keep in mind, this can be one of the biggest monthly candles in Bitcoin's history, in my opinion. This was a massive dump to buy back. If this flips green, in my opinion, this will be one of the strongest candles we've had on a Bitcoin monthly. I've been looking closely to see cite maybe this scenario here, but no follow through. What we like about this is the fact that we did take the liquidity, we got the buyback, and we're back above the 9. still pointed up too, which is welcoming. But I can't just only say we're going to go up only, because I need price to prove to me that it will. And ideally, this diagonal should have gotten broken, IMO. That's fine if it didn't. Okay, no big deal. Then we have the weekend. You know, we'll see if this SMA 200 holds. If it does not hold, then I am looking at 62,200 to 62,500 being the area that we're going to get a bounce. That's an area where if we are going to be bullish, that is where we should bounce. We can obviously wick below, but we do not want any closures below this 100. This will then lead to basically me, unfortunately, having to put in another deviation here, which I don't want to do. And we mentioned the same thing here. And it makes sense. If you just use this chart here, we were holding this major support area for a while. Lots of chop, yes, but for the most part, this area here, this 63,900, 64,000 was holding. This weekly did reclaim it, which is welcoming. Let's just see where this closes next for this week. Like I said, we just don't want this to deviate. This wouldn't be the best of signs. Tether dominance too. I'm still more neutral on it. But I am still watching closely because again, just like when we went over here, we can't disregard that it is in my opinion in an uptrend. Yes, I use this more on a wick basis. That's more opinionated, but I feel like wick bases work better with Bitcoin specifically. And in my opinion, this was the higher high right here at 6.77%. We were coming down. We fell back below. We never can close above this EMA 100 on the weekly, but we like that it's still coming down, and it's perfectly lining up with this blue line here at 5.9% roughly. So now on this chart on Tether dominance, so keep in mind, USD dominance is the inverse correlation to Bitcoin. If this is bullish, Bitcoin goes down. So ideally, this is something we've been watching for a while now as well. One thing I never like to do is change my charts and manipulate them to make it look like it worked, because it's stupid. It doesn't make sense. And basically what I'm seeing is still in an uptrend, and price can come all the way down to here and still be in an uptrend, in my opinion, on the weekly. It's not until we break this last higher low on the weekly at 4.7%, where then this will nuke hard, especially with the major bearish divergence we have on the RSI on the weekly. Multiple drives, I do believe. So something to watch here. Tether dominance also is at support, and if you go to the 2-day, it's actually telling a story. To me, this could look it's called a three pattern inside bar. You get a massive dump. This close right here, it closes here with a wick, and then you get this move up and down, but the closure is still roughly around the same closure as this, and then you'd want the expansion up, basically forming like a spring here. That is something I'm watching on Tether dominance. It gets more evident on the 2-day, but then on the daily, you can see here we had a dump, it closed, and then this slightly closed higher than this, and now we're getting that follow through, especially after reclaiming our support meme line. This was a big support meme line here. This was basically once this was above, we kind of went pretty aggressively up. Granted, we were still above the 9. So we have to take that into an account, and we are under it now. So until proven otherwise, on the daily, this is resistance at 5.5%. If Tether dominance reclaims that, then I'll be looking more at this being more like a trap potentially for bulls. But as it stands, though, Bitcoin's looking great. Friday was a strong move, and that is something like when you see funding rates as negative as they were. And you short, like my edge is shorting, and I love shorting, but we just can't disregard that. Yeah, people were getting very horny shorting, and so a squeeze and move up makes sense. It's just a matter of, are we going to start shifting the trend? Like on Bitcoin, in my opinion, it is an uptrend now. If we go here, I'll explain why. Let me go to this chart a little cleaner. Let me go to the daily here. In my opinion, this was basically right here. This was the lower high bulls wanted. And this is something that me and Farn were talking about. That $62,700 level was very important. Bears wanted this to be the lower high. We had to move down. People started shorting it based on that. We could not make a lower low. These are big ranges from the higher high. The lower high to the lower low. That couldn't happen, and we slowly moved up. You can see here, even on a lower time frame, the reaction once it broke 62,700 and actually reclaimed it, which is basically right here. Once it basically reclaimed it, back tested it, that's where we had that next leg up for the next 4 hours on this pump. So ideally, let price prove to you. I'm personally watching. I haven't shorted this. I didn't want to take a short on the weekend. That's one of my trading rules. I won't trade on the weekend. It usually doesn't end good. Just books are thin, algos are off, and people are touching grass. But this week's going to be very key for positioning. If we can keep holding this level here at 62,300, 62,500, I do think then that we can have an argument that right here will be the next higher low. Oftentimes, price likes to make higher lows right around that EMA 100. On the daily, we see here the potential low leading to the expansion. Price really does like to make, especially when we were going on these rallies, major lows here. So something to watch. That's what I'm looking in. And if these two levels can hold, it gives implications that, tether dominance essentially can go lower, a lot lower, but it still can be bullish. And that's the issue here. This was an ugly weekly candle, perfect rejection of the EMA 100 again, a big level that this tether dominance can't get above. So now that tells me that, okay, we need to watch this closely if we do get a bounce. But as of now, we still can come all the way back down to this zone here, this 5% to 4.98%. Price can still do that and be bullish. Like it can go all the way down, something like there, and then it can shoot back up. And then, you'd want something like that. Obviously not that aggressively, but for visual references, because this is the high we'd have to break in order to make the higher high in my system, which is on a wick basis. So something to watch. Don't disregard tether dominance because it's trying to tell us a story as of now. And I do believe this week's going to be very important because if we start seeing it deviate and we start seeing it lose the levels it reclaimed on Friday, it's not going to be a good sign. It's going to look like a rollover, potentially bearish retest of a diagonal that was major for this point. And I do think then we'll definitely hit my target of below 40Ks. But as of now, I am bullish on Bitcoin. I just want it to prove to me that it is bullish.
You guys ready for a proclamation from the Oracle?
Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna put it out there. I think we're probably gonna move down. Maybe if we continue downwards, 62.3, 62.8. From there, I think we go to 70K.
Interesting. Here, so I'm gonna do this. I'm going to do a shameless plug, but leave you guys with a question because I think this is a question that matters right now more than anyone is paying attention to. And then let's go from there so that we can go into the next one. But this is the question for you guys. Have you seen that altcoins are starting to break out? And if so, have you looked at the Bitcoin dominance? And if so, do you think maybe the Bitcoin cycle peaked and now we're going into the altcoin cycle?
No,
and I see. One second. And I want to get into it with charts and you guys will show me and all that stuff. Let me just do the shameless plug right now and also the what you just did. So let's go. I'll be right back, guys. Y antes que todo, estamos a punto, les voy a pasar la traducción a Bitcoin en español, obviamente, pero si quieren venir a tradear con nosotros, recuerden que tradeamos Bitcoin. Es todo lo que hacemos todo el día, toda la noche, no los fines de semana, porque hay demasiado movimiento en el mercado, que les voy a decir la verdad, yo sí soy un degenerado asqueroso y estoy ahí todos los días, aunque pierda mi dinero. Vengan al Discord de Trading Academy, es absolutamente gratis. Se los dejo acá para que tengan un enlace en los comentarios, como de que no. Únanse al Discord, es absolutamente gratis. Y también tradeen en Bluffing, que es nuestro exchange que no requiere KYC, funciona en Estados Unidos, o en BitGet, que funciona en todo el mundo menos en Estados Unidos, pero requiere KYC, tiene mejores fees, se los dejo ahí. Vengan al Discord, mucha gente no sabe cómo operar un Discord, por eso se los estoy enseñando. Vas a ver acá, Elite Trading Academy, vas a bajar por acá, puedes ver el análisis de Alex, puedes ver el análisis de Farhan, puedes ver nuestros enlaces oficiales por si tienes cualquier pregunta y te da miedo picarle a algo. Aquí están los oficiales. Ven a decir hola junto con toda la demás gente. Ven a pedirnos una tabla como toda la gente por acá. Ven a compartir y a leer noticias con nosotros. Ven a compartir tus ganancias o tus pérdidas con nosotros. Potente, 13, 9%, 7%, 14%, 35%. Vientos. Ahí vamos. Y vénganse a platicar al chat general, como de que no, donde todo el mundo anda por acá tirando mame. Es gratis, la comunidad ayuda a todo el mundo en lo que necesiten. Honestamente es bastante divertido y qué más les digo, es gratis. Vengan a platicar con nosotros en el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Ahora sí, les tengo el precio de Bitcoin. En este momento hemos cambiado y los dejé antes de que nos fuéramos con una pregunta para Alex y para Farhan, que si esto podría ser el tope de ciclo de Bitcoin y movernos a altcoins. Se ve instantáneamente que su respuesta es no, pero ahorita vamos a ir a ver con ellos. Solamente lo quiero poner enfrente de todo el mundo porque creo que no suficientemente gente ha preguntado esto. Aquí tienen Bitcoin, lo estamos viendo en la diaria, bastante importante. Podemos ver que venimos de hacer nuestros máximos más bajos, máximos más bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos y bajos más bajos. En este momento el precio tuvo un breakout de la zona importante. Esta zona estaba en los 59,870. Bitcoin está cotizando en 63,346, lo que lo pone arriba de este alto, que son 62,704, que es bastante importante y ha estado consolidando ahí por un rato. Pero importante, lo primero que tenemos que notar en este gráfico es esto. Cómo venimos desde acá, en esta línea para acá, y literalmente fue un gran soporte y también fue resistencia a cierto punto. Acá se volvió soporte, acá se volvió soporte, después perdiste el soporte, se volvió tantito resistencia por una vela, después lo pudiste romper, después volviste a caer, intentaste retomarlo, no pudiste, intentaste retomarlo y has fallado. ¿Cuántas veces en este movimiento? 1, 2, 3, por lo que pueden ver lo importante que es esta diagonal que va para arriba en la tabla de Bitcoin. Ahora les voy a prender mis indicadores para que los vean. Estamos literalmente abajo del S&P 200, que es el promedio de los 200, el simple promedio de los 200, está en 63,416. El precio está casi $100 abajo en este momento de ello. Aquí, como pueden ver, hay demasiada consolidación de todos estos EMAs en esta zona. Y el promedio, diría yo, son los $62,000 en puntito. Lo que probablemente nos dice, cada que rompemos a la alza el EMA 9, venimos a retestearlo una vez más. Lo que sería bastante saludable para el precio es venirnos a dar otra vuelta. Perdón, un segundito. Venirnos a dar otra vuelta por acá, donde pueden ver la línea azul, que es el EMA 9, retestearlo y brincar a la alza. Eso es algo que estamos buscando en este momento. Vamos a voltear a ver la semanal. La semanal nos cuenta un poco en la misma historia, como podemos ver. Venimos, rechazamos en esta línea diagonal, pero habíamos roto el 21 y el 9 a la alza. Venimos, tuvimos este rechazo, vamos para abajo. Y ahora muy probablemente esa zona de los 62,300, 62,600 vaya a ser como un imán para el precio para venir a retestear antes de seguir para arriba. ¿Ok? Lo que buscamos es no simplemente perder estos niveles si somos alcistas en el precio de Bitcoin. Les voy a poner el gráfico de 2 días. Esto da una excelente idea de lo que estamos viendo. Pueden ver el doji por acá, cómo hubo rechazo de esta vela y acá estamos siendo rechazados y vamos para abajo. Los alcistas estamos buscando poder seguir rompiendo a la alza y poder romper los 70,063. Si podemos hacer eso, muy probablemente veamos altos históricos pronto, pero lo importante en este momento es no perder todos estos niveles importantes. Vemos que el EMA 9 y el 21 están una vez más a punto de intercambiar. Ahora ya pasó el 9 al 21, lo que nos dice que Bitcoin lleva fuerza, pero también estamos viendo el precio caer. Y acá tienes el 55 que había dado un cruce plateado a la baja, debajo del 21 acá, pero tuviste ese don paso hasta los $49,000. Puede que ya lo haya jugado, pero estamos en alto más bajo alerta. No queremos que esto pase. Si eso se llega a dar, la cosa no pinta bien, pero por ahora estamos bastante contentos, sobre todo cuando volteamos a ver la mensual. ¿Por qué? Porque la mensual está teniendo consolidación brutal y vean esta vela. La vela que cierra este fin de semana en 5 días, 9 horas, es un velazo. Y sobre todo, si sube y se vuelve verde, esta sería una de las velas más fuertes que ha tenido Bitcoin en toda su historia en cuanto alcista se refiere. Un hammerhead verde a la alza sería muy potente. Tuvimos el rechazo de la 9, el rebote sobre la 9 y estamos aquí arriba y encima del 21 y de todos los demás promedios que tenemos. Así que cuando volteamos a ver esto se ve bastante bien. Cuando volteamos a ver USDT, la dominancia de USDT, esto nos cuenta otra historia que todavía no acaba de jugarse. Podemos ver cómo estamos formando en la mensual una vela de tope acá y eso sería bastante bueno para todos los alcistas de Bitcoin. Recuerden que la dominancia de USDT va relativamente a la inversa de Bitcoin. ¿Por qué? Porque es como el dólar en contra de todo el riesgo. Si el dólar sube de valor, el riesgo baja porque todos están en dólares. Así que estamos buscando que esto vaya a la baja si somos alcistas. Pero estamos arriba del promedio del 55, estamos ya retomando el promedio del 9 y vamos a ir a buscar el 21 que esté en 5.7%. También estás en esta tendencia alcista que es mucho más clara en temporalidades más cortas. Y en temporalidades más cortas puedes ver cómo estamos literalmente rebotando en el promedio de los 200 a la alza, también en el del 9. El 21 está aquí arriba, por lo que ya aquí abajo, por lo que ya rebotamos a la alza. La dominancia de tether está en 5.42% en este momento, para todos aquellos preguntándoselo. Y vamos a ir a buscar mínimo el 55, que esté en 5.5%. El precio puede aún, la dominancia de tether puede caer acá, y si respeta la paralela a la alza y rebota para arriba y se sigue yendo para arriba, esto nos podría estar diciendo de que esto sería una caída brutal. Lo que esperamos es que tengamos un rechazo en el 5-9%, que no podamos retomar el promedio del 100, el promedio del 55 y caigamos. Si somos alcistas, queremos ver esto y probablemente pito para abajo. Eso es lo que nos gustaría ver a todos los que somos alcistas en Bitcoin, pero tenemos que esperar confirmación. Es muy difícil saber de la nada. Voy a seguir con el análisis. Voy a traer a Farhan y a Alex para que nos cuenten un poco de su posición. All right, ready. Tell me why. Sorry, you guys are too young for that boomer shit.
But a hard.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm the boomer of us. I'm the boomer. I'm 28.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Farhan.
All right. I mean, so you wanted to hear about Bitcoin dominance first. Let me.
Bitcoin dominance, yeah. And altcoins breaking out.
Okay, sure.
So
we'll talk about that.
Yeah, in my opinion, right now, I think Bitcoin dominance is still headed up until we hit at least 60%. But we'll get to the charts.
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree with Farn. I mean, right now, what we see is there's really no reason to be bearish on Bitcoin dominance. You can argue this is a hanging man on the 2-week, which is a reversal pattern. But, that only has about a 59% hit rate. So if you're only using candlestick, in my opinion, need more than that. And as it stands, it's reclaimed a major support level. You can see here, this is a big level of on Bitcoin dominance. Major breakouts, 2 retests, 2 actual highs. This is, in my opinion, the area where Bitcoin dominance needed to reclaim in order to have that 60% target basically met, and that is where we're holding now. Despite the hanging man here, we would need follow through this week. Essentially, is what that would mean. And if we don't, there is a great chance that we will push up to 60%. When people are bearish on Bitcoin dominance, I have to ask why. There's really nothing on the chart. We have this nice 9 cross over the 21 on the monthly. There's really not much unless you can say the monthly is pressing the major resistance, which is true, 5 days until it closes, to be bearish on this chart. I mean, even if you just look at the quarterly, looks insane to me, with the 9 curving up very healthily. So that's my first point. I mean, some altcoins, I guess, are breaking out. Some, it's hard to find which ones, in my opinion, because if you really analyze at least my altcoin charts, they all kind of just look like, they just look bad to me. I barely trade altcoins, so let's just see the ones I have.
Can you pull up Solana Bitcoin?
Yeah, I will. And they're all just kind of, in this no man's zone on my chart. Let's check Sol BTC. Monthly looks good, and it is holding the 9. You wanted Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah. So we're just still in this range, though. This was basically a nice monthly break to basically break resistance. We want this level to hold, though. If we go and let me just check the weekly, so we have a little more time. We're just stuck in this range on Sol BTC. I get Sol USDT did a nice pump, but overall we're just still ranging on Sol, and Sol was the leading indicator for a breakout for major alts, in my opinion. As Chainlink essentially too was a major one. I have no chart on this, but I'm actually curious to see how this looks. We did put in a nice bottom here on Chainlink. That is evident on the weekly. But still finding resistance at this EMA 100, and this is the first time that it's hitting it since we lost it. Essentially, is this just a bearish retest? Unsure. One thing with me is I don't trade these altcoins. I have charts on all of them, not updated. Some are, but I mean, I still haven't found an altcoin that looks to me like it's breaking out, except for TRX. And that's simply, in my opinion, it's weird to see the altcoins that have a face behind it, only minus Cardano, of course. Charles Hopkins keeps getting fucked. But, Justin Your Majesty's coin, besides Cardano, you're seeing TRX almost make all-time highs. Very, very close. And that's that's me and Farhan's, constitution to a strong alt is if it breaks its last market cycle high. The only ones that have so far is Bitcoin, almost TRX, almost, still not unconfirmed. It's almost there, though. But also Binance. Binance, for some reason too, made an all-time high. CZ's in jail. I think he's getting out next month. But Binance was the only one that did break its market cycle high here. I know I have a chart. Yeah, perfect. A lot of lines on these meme lines when I'm actively trading them. But essentially, this is insane. So we have just 2 coins at the moment that have broken their cycle high: Binance, Bitcoin, and potentially ETH. But as it stands, Binance looks okay, actually. We see here it reclaimed its 9, and it's just back testing it now. It's funny, out of all the altcoins we're seeing, Binance and, again, TRX are looking the best. And if anyone's been in this space for a long time, the amount of FUD associated with Binance and TRX specifically, in my opinion, these are like the most FUDed altcoins in the entire space. So it's really interesting to see them actually perform better than all other altcoins. Overall, I don't think altcoins are doing well. I do think they can catch a bid. If Bitcoin dominance can hit the 60% level, it'd be a massive level. But, keep in mind, if it does hit, and if Farhan thinks this as well, a good confluence, this would still be a big move. And that means your alts are probably going to get, more decimated than they already are. And what we don't want is to see Bitcoin roll over and Bitcoin dominance still go up. Very, very, very could still very happen. People are done with alts. They don't want to hold it. They'd rather just hedge it on they'd rather DC on Bitcoin going down than holding something like this. Why would anyone in their right mind ever want to hold a coin like this? That's just literally, if we just go here on a weekly, this coin specifically is just death. And this is what I mean. If your coin in a parabolic rally cannot break its market cycle high, then it's dead, and it's probably never going to come back. So something to watch. But I'm not seeing anything. But also XRP though is looking okay in my chart as well. We had this breakout, retest, and we're just holding, consolidating what we need to. Next target 74 cents. So Farhan's way better at altcoins than me. He trades them. I don't. I do look at them, but they're all dead to me. They're all pieces.
I only buy spot altcoins though. I don't really like to trade them on leverage.
Yeah, you still do it better than me. That you killed that XRP long. I saw it. I had the setup. I still won't take it. I will literally get setups on all coins and won't take it. They're bullshit.
It's a little scary. Yeah, they feel bipolar. Like it's got all of the signs that it's going to go up and it goes down. Like, and they move fast.
Yeah, the liquidity grab you're up 10 grand, you're feeling good, stop break even, no way it's going to go back. You have your levels, just like I use with Bitcoin, takes you out, rips up, and you're just like, damn it, I can't trade that.
Yep.
Do you have anything else to add far into that, or?
Aside from that, the only one major alt chart that I've been looking at recently is Solana and Ethereum, which Solana is like outperforming the fuck out of Ethereum, and Ethereum maxis are coping so hard.
Do you guys think Ethereum is going to have a moment? Because I do.
Yeah.
It's going to have a big moment, like a big moment to the upside.
I really don't think so.
It's the same
thing. I think Ethereum's dead, and I think Binance is going to surpass it.
By the way, I think so too. But that has never stopped reality from the market to being like a different thing, right?
That's true.
And it's just, hasn't everyone kind of like given up on Ethereum for the most part?
Ethereum is a meme on crypto Twitter now.
Now it is, but it was all the talk. I mean, we had, major famous people, Luke Belmar, everyone buying ETH because they thought it was the easy trade. And I mean, it just looked like it put in a macro lower high to me.
It certainly did. Yeah. But I just feel like if JP Morgan has like quite a ton of it, right? It's got it.
That's true. But I also think like for some reason now, that ETH narrative of institutions is like turning people off. They don't want it. They'd rather go to Sol. Because it's like the fundamentals of crypto is to kind of tell institutions to fuck off. And when you have vitamin butane, potentially endorsing the Democratic Party or implying that while also getting murky with the banks, and now there's an ETF, it's like, I don't know what the narrative is for people to want to hold it unless they want to stake it, but that'll probably, I think, is already illegal in the United States now. So I have no idea. No, staking's not illegal, but essentially like, I don't know what the incentive is. I think Binance is going to surpass it eventually.
I agree.
But I wouldn't. Also, it's crypto though. Would you really be surprised if ETH ripped to 5K and
that's
everyone
what I'm saying.
like me gets fucked? Probably not. I thought it was going to go to what was it, $800 in 2022 and break its low. Well, Bitcoin broke its low.
Didn't it go to 800?
No, it did one time. Remember? No, it went to 800, right? And then Bitcoin was still in the 40s or 50s. Even when it went all the way to 15K, ETH didn't dump. I thought it was going to definitely break its low.
It made a higher low.
ETH is fucky. It's fucky for sure.
The way I see ETH right now is the same thing that was happening in 2020, where it basically did fuck all for the entire year. After Bitcoin broke out, then it just put in a massive God candle.
Yeah, that's what I think it's going to do too. I just feel like no one believes in it anymore. And that's kind of like, it's kind of like the Russell 2000 when everybody just left it alone. I was like, this has to pop. And he did pop for a little bit. And that's when everyone gets excited, gets in, and then he dumps on it.
Well, I have a question for you boys then. Like, do you think, because I remember like beginning of this year, like ETH did pop pretty aggressively. I mean, it went up like, let's see here. In like in less than a month, it popped 80%. So was that the pop or not? And that's the question I ask myself. I remember that time. Everyone was sleeping on ETH, and it just like parabolically went up once the weekly jewel flipped to a buy. And it just literally went up only. I remember that. If you just blindly longed ETH for the last 3 weeks of that pump, it was insane. Was that the pop? I don't know.
What our friend Capo says though? Test pump.
What?
It's true. He does say that.
Great.
That's how I see it, as test pump.
I see. And that's funny. That could be it too, though. Test pump. That's really funny to me.
Who's doing who was doing Oxy?
I guess I'll do it since
I'm pretty sure that was foreign. Yeah, I think that was foreign.
And Alex, for you, Nvidia. Let me just translate this to everybody.
Sweet. I'm getting all the fun ones today. That's cool.
I was thinking it was oxycodone at first, but no, it's not.
You wish you could have that on a chart. It would just be going like parabolic towards the upside. Along with the dominance. Yeah, it only goes it goes super high. Okay.
Just like the people taking it.
Well, just like them. That's why it only goes higher and higher, and it only likes to be high. If it goes down, it starts to like break. Okay. Estamos platicando de la dominancia de Bitcoin en este momento para ver si existe otra posibilidad porque en este momento la tendencia ha cambiado alcista, aunque de nuevo estamos poniendo muchísima atención a este rechazo y ver si nos podemos apoyar donde debe, donde tenemos bastante confluencia en ese nivel de los $62,000 para Bitcoin. Pero cuando volteamos a ver la dominancia de Bitcoin, queremos asegurarnos también de que no solamente estemos volteando a ver una cosa y decir, oh, ve qué bonito se ve todo, y en lo que va a venir el nepe a llevarnos todos juntos. Voy a ponerlo en la mensual para que lo puedan ver. La dominancia de Bitcoin. Mientras más alta la dominancia de Bitcoin, peor le va a las altcoins y a Bitcoin le va mejor. Normalmente en un ciclo alcista de Bitcoin, la dominancia de Bitcoin continúa subiendo. Podemos ver rápidamente. Estamos en la mensual, arriba el 9, arriba el 55 y arriba el 21. Y tuvimos un cruce que le da fuerza acá, arriba del el 9, se va encima del 21. La dominancia de Bitcoin está en 57.47% en este momento, lo que es bastante bien, pero ha estado hasta obviamente 94% en el pasado cuando no había tantas altcoins. Yo creo que algo más parecido al día de hoy es un poco esta zona por aquí de los 63.40. Yo creo que eso lo podemos repetir o más o menos los 62. ¿Por qué? Porque esta zona ya con todas las diferentes altcoins que existe y con todas las cosas que hemos creado para este mercado tan delicioso y aparte tiene perfecta confluencia con el promedio de los 100, yo creo que ahí es donde puede topar el precio de Bitcoin. Esto es algo personal, no estamos hablando de esto. No creo que se vaya a ir otra vez a 100% jamás, al 90 y tantos por ciento jamás, simplemente porque hay demasiadas otras monedas a donde el dinero y la liquidez está yendo. Entonces voy a poner que mi tope sería por ahí de los 62%. Y también quiero enseñarles que estamos ante una resistencia pesada, que es acá. Vamos muy pronto a pelearnos con este nivel de los 58.25. Queremos romper los 58.25 para poder continuar, pero todo en este momento, en la mensual, en la semanal, donde lo quieras ver, lleva una tendencia alcista y fuerte. Así que no estamos tan preocupados en este momento de que la dominancia de Bitcoin esté cayendo, que las alts estén yendo. ¿Por qué? Porque yo también vi el mercado de los NFTs volvió a tocar suelo y a subir. Cada que la gente dice, ya, entonces ya valieron los NFTs, tienes que voltear a ver los NFTs y ver lo baratos que están y comprar un par y guardarlos y instantáneamente el precio se vuelve el triple del mínimo. Eso es algo que jugué en el 2023, a mediados del 2023, les dije en agosto del 2023, creo que este es el fin, el fondo de los NFTs porque todo el mundo lo está comprando y eso no dijo que la dominancia de Bitcoin fuera a bajar. Eso fue literalmente el fondo de Solana, el fondo de las otras, en lo que Bitcoin empezaba a subir, lo que validó el movimiento, si lo quieren ver así. Entonces yo creo que estamos en el mismo movimiento y lo mismo estamos en todos nosotros, pero de nuevo, tenemos que asegurarnos de que esto vaya bien. Vale, pues. All right, boys. Who's going to do what?
Oxy,
Cotton.
Oxycontin, Oxycodone. I think Oxycontin is the brand name for it.
That's pretty good.
Weren't they the ones who were like convicted of pushing their pills to people who didn't need it, and they got a slap on the wrist for it? They paid like they paid like a percentage of how much of the profit they made.
So you know, just so you know, because I have a few friends that own pharmaceuticals, they keep, depending on who, like for example, Tylenol keeps 30% of all sales, 30% to just pay out people that they kill a year.
Disney doesn't even have to do that because if you bought Disney Plus, they can kill you whenever they want.
That's right. Or if you travel on a Boeing airplane.
Every single time I travel to Los Angeles, every fucking time they put me on a 737 MAX.
There's nothing you can do. Yeah, I hate it. Also going to Mexico, they have a lot of those.
So on Oxy, we've been in this sideways range for how long? Since about April of 2022 until now, more than 2 years going sideways, not really getting much done. Right now, we're bouncing at our 100 EMA and our 55 EMA. We do have a silver cross right here to the upside, which is still valid. Now, right now, this is the first time that we tested this 55 EMA on the silver cross ever since the silver cross began in September of 2022. We are getting a bounce here like you would expect, but it's not the best sign to see the price retest the 55 EMA on the silver cross. Technically, it's still valid as long as we don't close below it. But for now, we have a statistical setup because we're below the median of testing this bottom 38.2, which is at currently $53.36. And if we do test that and close or somewhere around there, we would lose that silver cross, and we'd be this whole upside setup would be invalidated. We look at our momentum indicators. The HPDR momentum is starting to flip down, along with the volatility starting to flip up to support that momentous move to the downside. We go to the jewel. The pink is now below the yellow, and the oscillator is about to flip into a neutral signal, the white signal. And from there, very likely it will flip because of the curvature. That tells me very likely it's going to flip to a dark blue sell signal. And the way to confirm that is we would have to close below this median. Right now, the median is at, I believe, $58.94. As long as we close the monthly below that jewel will very likely switch to that dark blue signal. And then from there, maybe we get another little bounce here, but I would expect it to come down to this 50% range, which is currently at $50 flat. If we look at the weekly right now is giving us a fresh silver cross to the downside, which was confirmed in August of 2024. Not only that, but we tried to go up and test the top of the blue 38.2% level. We rejected it, and we haven't even been able. Now we're rejecting the 5 EMA as well, which is telling us not only is this bearish, but this is pretty fucking bearish because we can't even get above the fastest moving average that I have. We can't get above the bottom blue 38.2% level, so we should be expecting more pressure to the downside. We look at our HPDR momentum. It's trying to start flipping back up, but it's still heavily within the bearish control zone. It's negative 51. And the volatility is kind of going sideways right now. So it's telling us that if we do get a move up, this is going to be a corrective move and not an impulsive move. And we should be looking for a lower high and then a move down from there. We look at our weekly jewel. The pink has crossed below the yellow, and the jewel oscillator has crossed into a dark blue sell signal. And not only that, but it's giving us one of the best, like most picture perfect sell signals you can get, where these are all bunched together and then they start to flip down together. From there, I would expect heavy downside once we continue this move to the downside and we close below this wick. That's my confirmation. Is a close below 55.75. If we get a close below there, I would say that our next lower high is in and we can continue down. Very least, I would say we come down to this 200, which is the $50 level we were talking before. But I don't think it stops there. I think it continues to go lower. And let's see if we can find a little bit of a more accurate target for that. Yeah, right below this 200 SMA, right here at 46.91. So I think if we get a little bit of a dip below $50, get everybody extremely bearish, get them to short that, I think we'd get a mean reversion bounce. I'm not saying reversal. I'm saying mean reversion back up to the upside. Maybe test this $55 area, wreck the shorts, and then from there possibly down to the 40s. But for now, that's what I'm saying on there. Let's check the divergences. Because we already know we don't have to check our momentum pivots on this one because we can tell based on the silver cross it's going to be pointed very heavily towards the downside.
Well, on the monthly, there's that. On the monthly, it's insane. He lost the SMA 200 when he tried to go up there, and he just painted like the most ugliest topping candle ever. And then he's just fucked, making lower highs.
All right, so you guys see this on the weekly RSI right here?
Yes, sir.
Shoulder, head, shoulder. Gives you a nice little head and shoulders on the RSI. And the head and shoulders patterns on the RSI work out a lot more often than they do on the price action. Right now, we're basically at the bearish control zone. That would be the easy target, which is currently at $56.34. But if that head and shoulders does play out, I feel like we're going to come back down to this bearish critical zone. This number rises with every single weekly close. But right now, that number is sitting at $38.78. I think it rises to around that 40 to mid 40s, which is that number we were looking at before based on the fib extensions. At the same time, we look at our BBWP, we're getting volatility expansion from extreme lows as well, which supports that move to the downside. That we should be expecting this move to continue rather than reverse. Maybe we get a retest of this 21. We haven't 9. We haven't exactly touched it yet, but we kind of front ran it, which also tells you more weakness because the bulls were not even able to push the price up to our 9 EMA, which is the fastest moving average on the silver cross setup. If we can't even touch that tells you that bears are solidly in control. We got a little bit of a bounce to this 200, and if we continue to reject this area, we're going to just straight move down without getting our mean reversion bounce to the upside. But right now, I'm extremely bearish on this.
Yeah, as anyone should be at this moment. I mean, just looking at this, it's fucking insane. I mean, at what point do you realize that you're in a downtrend, right?
When all your money is gone.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, this is terrible. Thank you, sir. And then you did Nvidia SMCI, Farhan. SMCI.
Get it.
Let's see if it predicts anything that Nvidia is doing. Ok, estamos viendo Occidental Petroleum Corporation, obviamente una petrolera gigantesca, energía, minerales con petróleo. ¿Qué es lo primero que podemos ver para toda la gente que nos ha visto por un rato? Estamos en la tabla mensual. Varias cosas muy sencillas de identificar. Tope, un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo. Y bueno, ¿qué les digo? Un bajo más bajo, un bajo más bajo, un bajo súper bajo, y ahora la esperanza es que todo el mundo esté formando estructura en este momento acá. Pero cuando nos acercamos más, y esto es de nuevo la mensual, la que tiene toda la fuerza, la grande, cuando volteamos a ver acá, ¿qué estamos viendo en esta situación? Una vela bajista, una vela que te está diciendo esto es tope, padre, y no mamey. Aquí está. Y luego, ¿qué te dio? La confirmación con el cierre aquí abajo. Solamente tenía que cerrar abajo de 64.47 y te hizo el favor de cerrar abajo de $62. Lo que te debía haber dicho en fuerte, hey, esto no se ve bien, carnal. Cuando volteas a ver simplemente estos bajos que está creando la tabla, acabas de hacer un bajo más bajo con este wick que todos los que hay aquí atrás. Eso también es bastante bajista. Intentaste salirte del canal, no pudiste y vas para abajo. ¿Ok? De nuevo, esto es la mensual. Cuando les pongo todos los promedios, excepto este que no debí. Un segundo. Cuando les pongo todos los promedios, todos mis indicadores están acá. Podemos ver cómo el SMA 200, que es el morado, quiero que vean eso, por favor. Viene desde acá atrás, o sea, estamos hablando de abril del 2001. No lo perdió todo ese tiempo hasta diciembre del 18, enero del 19, lo volvió a retomar con ese rebote y de ahí, abril del 2019, definitivamente lo perdió. Y esto lo perdió llevando el precio para abajo por 85-86%. Obviamente tienen que recordar que en ese entonces el petróleo se fue a precios negativos, por lo que es muy diferente a lo que podría pasar ahora, a menos de que vuelva a regresar el petróleo a precios negativos, nadie te va a decir que no. Si sí, sabes que es una gran oportunidad de compra. Después se recuperó, retomó la 9, retomó la 21, retomó el 55, tuvo un cruce plateado a la alza aquí en septiembre del 2022 y empezó a topear por acá. Ahora, de nuevo, les enseño la morada porque es el SMA 200 que solamente perdí una vez con esta gran caída. Lo fuiste a intentar retomar, chido, fallaste. No nada más fallaste, aquí te hizo un liquidity grab, tomó absolutamente todo tu dinero para decirte, ajá, creíste que nos íbamos para arriba, ni madres, güey, y te bajó. Pierdes el 9, pierdes el 21 y aquí estás apoyándote en el 55 y en el 100. Los voy a llevar a la semanal para que lo puedan ver también más de cerca. En la semanal podemos ver cómo literalmente perdimos absolutamente todos los niveles. Otra vez, una de esas velillas que te dice, uy, se viene con un cierre potente acá. Puedes ver cómo acá, qué es lo que acaba de pasar acá en la semanal. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja que se dio justamente el 5 de agosto. Y la última vez que nos dio un cruce plateado a la baja, es básicamente lo que bajó acá, pero recuerda, no fue, ¿cómo se llama? No fue importante. El último importante que nos dio a la baja está acá. Y esto pasó en junio del 2019, donde tuviste esa caída de 85%. Donde lo quieras ver, semanal, mensual, puedes ver que estás abajo de todos los promedios menos del 200, que el 200 se junta acá bastante chido con esta línea de soporte que está en los 49. Probablemente esto vaya a seguir subiendo junto al precio y bajando y nuestro siguiente objetivo sea por ahí de los $52 con el precio de esta acción. Cuando volteamos a ver la diaria, es un poco de lo mismo. Tienes esta vela de tope gigantesca, tienes este tope también por acá. Caes en el 9, intentas retomarlo, te da el falso que sí, ya va a también retomar el 21, te da un rechazo y ahí vienes una vez más a ver si el 9 va a aguantar. Esto, como lo quieras ver, se ve bajista. Nuestros siguientes objetivos son por ahí del 50 y de ahí tendrías que irte más para abajo a la parte media de este canal, por ahí de los $30. Y así es como se ve Oxy, damas y caballeros. ¿Cómo de que no? ¿Cómo de que no? Alrighty, Nvidia. Alex,
Yeah.
we're ready for your bullshit.
Nice.
Sorry, that's what my wife tells me every day, so just don't take it personal.
I
I'm
know.
ready
I
for your
mean,
bullshit.
to a degree, it is all bullshit, and all we do is look at fake magic internet money. So I can't agree
That
with
also is
that.
true.
It is literally true. So, no, I mean, Nvidia is interesting. This is something we've been talking about. This diagonal here. One point here. I want to just talk about the fibs first. It's welcoming to see that we're basing off the 786. Technically, next target would be the 1, which is right around 140. Lines up with my next target, which is right at 139.74. So that's great confluence. What I'm liking too is that this 786 is right above the diagonal now. And let me delete this now so it becomes cleaner. Just want to bring that up. One point here that is welcoming to see is this 9 perfectly lining up with the diagonal. We'd expect that to hold, especially since we just had a fresh silver cross that we mentioned when it happened on Tuesday. Ideally that is something that if you do play the silver crosses, you want to hold. It's funny because many don't have a system when they trade, but you could literally have a system based on just crosses if you want. You visually right here can see you should bid the 9. If that doesn't hold, you bid the 21. And then really, if we start losing the 55, or even going to the 55, it's probably not going to play out to the silver cross. And as it stands, perfectly held that on this dump here. We did lose diagonals, but that's why they're memes. If you only trade off diagonals, you have a very low hit rate. It mixed in with other things, you would have known, okay, but we're really just back testing the 9. This is the place I'm supposed to bid. Since we did get that silver cross, had you done that, this was a nice, impressive, almost 5% candle after that. Again, held the 9, and here we are. The only tricky part with this chart now is earnings coming up. I believe you said it was on Wednesday, Alondra, I think.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yep. and so that makes it hard because this whole thing, even if it consolidates above and it has a silver cross and it looks good, can mean nothing if earnings aren't on par.
I actually have some very bad news for you guys.
Oh.
Okay. Are you guys ready to hear this? Jim
Yes.
Cramer just tweeted an hour ago saying he's bullish on Twitter. I'm in Nvidia.
Oh, okay. Well, so now we
fucked.
So now we know that this has a 90% chance of failing, and this is probably just a trap bet.
Yeah.
We say that because Kramer, for some reason, he's just the inverse of whatever he buys.
Well, he's selling. He gets paid so that you can get people excited, buy something, and institutions dump, right? Like,
if I was advertising a buy, I'd tell him, please just don't talk about our stock at all. Just don't even mention it. Don't even look at it. But okay, well, and minus that, that is true though. Like we can't statistically, his thing is like over 70% wrong. So as it stands out, it's looking fine. You could argue this is a bull flag forming with the flagpole here. Consolidation's welcomed. Just be mindful of earnings. I mean, this can look bullish, and I've seen charts looking insanely great before earnings. And back in my younger days, even though I'm 23, when I started trading years ago, I would take a trade like this, start bidding this before earnings, thinking that, oh, well, the chart's telling me that earnings are going to be good, and then you just get fucked on earnings. So it's a gamble. Just beware of that. And I can be bullish now, and it can look bullish, but earnings makes it a little sticky. Let me just go to the higher time frame so we take a look here. Strong weekly, nice back test of that. Overall looking great. As it stands, if we didn't have earnings, this would be the spot you want to bid right around that 124, 125 level. And especially with BBWP pointing up slightly, about to tick up probably next week, meaning we're going to get volatility. One thing I'm going to start implementing in my system in the next few weeks is the momentum pivots. Out of all the indicators, especially the ones Farin uses, the momentum pivots are the ones I like. The stochastic momentum pivots is the one I like the most because in confluence with my own system, it gives me a statistical bias on if we're bearish or bullish. And that can be very helpful. But as it stands, the BBW is kind of based on that as well, more with the volatility aspect of it. And volatility is direction neutral. So when you had the momentum pivots added to that, you get a more bias on the statistical nature of the direction. So be mindful of that. It looks good. Nvidia likes putting these diagonals essentially, and then once it reclaims it, it's game on. So This week's going to be very key. If earnings come in good, expect 140 to be hit with ease, in my opinion. If it comes in bad, I'd expect this to break down then. Or at least fall back in this range here. And if it falls back in, to me, this will look, especially on the weekly, like a failed breakout, leading back to a deviation. In that case, it wouldn't be the most bullish. But that is something that happened. Let me just relate to Bitcoin real quick. Not on the weekly, but on more on the daily that did happen. And that's why now for this, I want to use it on a weekly measure, because it did break out slightly here, fell back in, and then we had the real move. So I think looking at Nvidia on a weekly aspect, especially with the diagonal, will be more beneficial to not get chopped out essentially. But yeah, looking very strong. And like I said, this daily it's very obvious to me if you know that this is starting to break down, right? Not only do we have that diagonal, we start losing it, but if the 9 gets lost, right? From the beginning, from the time we reclaimed it, we've held the 9. And it's just been an easy metric to say, well, it's bullish because we're above the 9. The crosses just are a byproduct of that, that then just lead into more bullish structure. So, watch closely. I'm not bearish on Nvidia, and actually I'm expecting it to move higher. I just do not like at all positioning or even giving analysis before earnings, because it's just such a coin flip. It can just not work out essentially, because it is a coin flip, and we don't know unless you're Nancy Pelosi and you have insider information and you can buy the fuck out of it or short it. We don't know. As someone like me who just clicks buttons for a living, we have to use what the chart gives us. And for that, if there's ever anything murky like earnings, it's better to sit out, let the shit settle, and then see what the chart's telling us. So overall strong. Be mindful of earnings. Silver cross still activated, and it's still very well strong because we're getting those reactions from the 9 now. 9's perfectly lined up with the diagonal at this point, solidifying that this is probably strong. If we start losing this, it's going to be a cause of concern, in my opinion. And this week will be telling if we will or not lose it. If you guys actively day trade this, you're just seeing the 4-hour consolidate above. Very good. It's what you want. We'll keep seeing if it does. If it keeps consolidating above, maybe even moves up a little bit more. Awesome. We know that honestly, if the daily wants to form a higher, basically a higher high, right? We had this dump. This was a low, slow trek up. This could be the next higher low. In my opinion, the higher high is confirmed on this last lower high, right at, we'll call it 136. If price can even just wick above there, I would count this in a down uptrend now. And we'll see if it can squeeze past 140. But that's something I'm looking at for now. And, it's nice when you have all these moving averages. Like I don't trade off the 55. I just use it for crosses. But especially when you have the 21 of the 9 right in this like zone here. Yes, it's the price is at $126 now. But I look at this as like a range of like 120 to 126. And that makes it easy for me to trade, because if we start losing this while deviating this green line, then we have to look at this as a lower high. And potentially it's going to roll over. Next target would easily be 105. And we lose that, then I do think Nvidia is going to go down a lot more, which probably corresponds with why we saw that one chart I just did. I don't know. I forgot the name, but it's partnered with Nvidia or something associated with it. Looking more
AMAT.
Yeah, looking more worse than Nvidia is currently. And I'm sure personally, what I've seen in my experience is when you get these it reminds me of like when you get Cardano, right? And then it has a mainnet, like coins attached to it, and then you have Cody that are kind of like attached to Cardano. So you have Nvidia, but then you have that one stock that we just talked about attached to it, working hand in hand with Nvidia. To me, that seems like more of a higher risk asset that should sell off first, should look weaker. Why would you want to hold that first? And then Nvidia will follow. So something to note. It looks good, but I cannot give. It's hard to really say for sure with earnings. But as it stands, if that wasn't looming, looks strong. And silver crossed to the upside, and it's holding the 9. So we would just expect an upside move soon, within a week or two, in my opinion.
Couldn't agree more. Excellent. Thank you, sir. And then SMCI. So you'll do CVX.
Cool.
CVX.
Because you're doing SMCI, right, Farhan? I got one that you'll enjoy after for you.
Yeah, I wanted to pull it up, see if I could add anything for Alex at the same time. But I got SMCI pulled up.
CVX. All right.
Yeah.
Let me do Nvidia. Ahora sí, damas y caballeros, estamos hablando de Nvidia y no de la que le tienes a tu vecina con las tetotas. No, perdón, no sé por qué no puedo dejar de hacer ese mal chiste. Aquí estamos viendo Nvidia, compañía que hace microchips. Algo muy importante que tienen todos ustedes que entender es esto. Nvidia va a tener resultados este miércoles. No importa lo que estés viendo en la tabla, no importa el setup, no importa nada de lo que esté a punto yo de decirte y lo que nos dijo Alex, no importa nada. A menos de que seas la tía Nancy Pelosi, no tenemos oportunidad alguna de poder saber a dónde va a moverse el precio después de eso. Y lo que siempre le recomiendo a todos es no tradeen cosas que están dando resultados. No vale la pena, honestamente. Es como un volado. Y bueno, si quieres aventarte un volado, te puedes aventar el volado. Ahí lo tienen. Estamos viendo Nvidia en la diaria. Podemos ver el patrón fácil. Habíamos puesto esta línea que marca los topes y cómo literalmente el precio la rompió y empezó a consolidar por encima de ella. Eso se ve bastante bien. Tienes este bajo, de todas maneras sigue creando estructura alcista. Lo siguiente que tenemos que hacer es romper estos 35.76 para poder instantáneamente pensar que nos vamos aquí a los 140 y romper a la alza. Cuando volteamos a ver Nvidia en la mensual, ajustamos la tabla, nos vamos por acá. Pueden ver, es un poco parecido a la tabla de Bitcoin con esa fuerza tan impresionante que lleva. Este es un velazo como el que decimos que si en Bitcoin se da esta vela, sería una vela muy potente. Nvidia está cotizando. Nvidia en este momento está cotizando en $126.50. Es muy volátil. Para cuando acabe de decir esto, ya probablemente esté en 127, en 125. Pero ahí lo tienen. El EMA 9, el promedio de las 9, que fue el que rebotó, está en los 97.76, lo que lo hace ver bastante alcista. Se ve muy bien este movimiento. Cuando vamos a la semanal podemos ver la misma historia. Y también, sobre todo, cuando estás viendo este tipo de acción, normalmente al precio le gusta venir a rebotar al 9, es lo que tomamos para tomar como entrada. Este promedio del 9 está en este momento en 119.83. Probablemente vaya a seguir subiendo junto con el precio y encontrarse con esta línea, con este soporte o resistencia por ahí de los 123. Importante ver cuál es la reacción del precio. Normalmente cuando baja el precio y toca la 9 es cuando quieres comprarlo, pero más en la diaria. Cuando nos juntamos en la diaria pueden ver, tienes un cruce plateado, un silver cross justamente acá a la alza. ¿Qué más tienes por acá que estamos viendo? Tienes buena consolidación también del precio acá, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pero básicamente tienes una vela más antes del movimiento fuerte, simplemente si te gusta contar tiempos, ¿no? Con velas. Y esto también coincide muy cabrón con earnings, ¿no? Que son los reportes de ingresos. Aquí, si pudiste haber comprado en los 124, que fue una vez más cuando retesteaste el 9, puede ser una buena entrada. Checa si también el 21 sería otra muy buena entrada. El 55 no lo usas para tradear, pero el 55 sería una referencia para entender que si estás llegando por acá, probablemente pierdas el cruce plateado a la baja. Nvidia se ve bastante bien, sobre todo cuando ha podido romper este tipo de resistencias. Tiene movimientos bastante absurdos a la alza, lo pueden ver acá. Rompimos y estás hablando de más o menos un 66%. Si fueras a romper acá y te diera el mismo tipo de movimiento a la alza, estarías hablando de casi los $200 por acción, que tiene sentido, pero vamos a ver qué exactamente nos dice Nvidia, sobre todo después de haber visto a MAT, que es la compañía relacionada con Nvidia que se ve bastante bajista. Tengan muchísimo cuidado entrando a reporte de ingresos de esta empresa. No vayan a meter las manos, cabrones. Alrighty. SMCI. Farhan, give it to me, baby.
All right, let's get it. We're going to start with the monthly on Super Microcomputer. They make, I believe, microprocessors, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we had this very parabolic move. What?
Whoa, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the chart on the monthly for the first time. Holy shit.
All right. So we got this huge parabolic move. We went even spiked above the HPDR's 100% range. So we were at like extreme levels. So it's very normal to get a pullback from there. We came back, we tested this area, we put in a couple of dojis here, and then we rejected, and we got followed through. Right now, we're at the bottom of the blue zone, the 38.2%, it's currently at $516.18. We're holding here, but it does not look the best to me, especially after this move to the upside all the way up to this 99%. So you expect a mean reversion at least a little bit lower than 38.2. But we're still holding it for now. So the hopium is still kind of alive. If you look at our momentum indicators, the HPDR momentum is about to be fully reset. It was at extreme levels all the way since October of 2022, and it stayed at extreme levels. Now it's resetting to 0. So right now, from here, if bulls can take control and we do hold a 38.2, they can flip back up to the upside, and it will have enough juice to continue the rally, the parabolic rally they did before. Our volatility indicator is also flipping down, and our volatility is almost fully reset as well. It's at 4.95%. It has not been this low since March of 2022. And if you look at the Joule, switch that. Right now, this red background it's what's considered the God mode signal. There's a green one and a red one for buy and a sell. So this one right here is what I call the God mode sell signal. And if you look at our oscillators right now, we're getting the pink freshly crossing below the yellow, while the Joule oscillator gives you a dark blue. This is basically, like we said before, one of the most picture-perfect sell signals that you can see on the Joule. But considering that we're still within the bullish control zone, it's not too bad. It's just telling us that if we continue to hold this area right here, this Joule will flatline out, and then most likely around the middle zone, it'll start to curve back into a neutral posturing, and then flip back up to that light blue cyan bicolor. But until then, we have to assume that it is going to be bearish as long as we still have the sell signal on the Joule, and the pink is below the yellow. If we do hold this area, though, I would expect us to still go sideways. The most bullish scenario I can see right now is sideways. I don't have anything telling me that we can go up from here. I'm seeing if this thing is going to continue to be bullish, we go sideways, maybe retest the bottom blue zone again while the ranges move up. And then from there, if the Joule starts to reset and the momentum's already resetting, then I'd say, okay, so the consolidation is put in and we've reset our momentum indicators, and we can start to move up from there. If we look at the weekly looks even worse. The weekly has lost basically every single major moving average that I used. Only ones that it's above right now is the 100 and the 200. It tried to reclaim the 55. It quickly deviated and lost it again. And right now, what tells you that this is extremely weak is that we're within the 99 to 95% range, and it can't even find a mean reversion bounce higher than there. It's rejecting every single time at the 88.3, and it can't even get it beyond that. That tells you that momentum is strongly with the bears, and bulls were not even able to get a mean reversion bounce to the most easy levels that they could. And they're rejecting the 55 EMA, which should have been easy to take to reclaim after you're in this 95% range and 99% range. Because you have to remember, you only have a 1% chance of continuation from the 99% range, 5% chance from the 95% range. So the fact that you're getting a rejection there tells you that momentum is very heavily bearish. The Joule is now freshly crossing into the bearish control zone with a dark blue sell signal as well, and the pink is below the yellow. This was right here, the perfect Joule signal on the weekly that we were just looking at on the monthly. And if you do a vertical line here, let's see what happened, where the price was. That'll give you an idea of how it will play out for the monthly. Literally the exact top. And then we went from there. How much of a percent move?
It's big.
Yeah, a calm 60%. And we're getting that same signal on the monthly. So we got a 60% dump on the weekly. How much are we going to get on the monthly, right?
I mean, it's going to be good.
The daily right here, the ranges did move down. So the price went back into the blue 38.2, but it rejected it quickly. And then it tested the bottom and rejected that. Now it's getting major follow through. So every single time frame I look at on this chart right now, it's looking extremely bearish to me. Let me check my divergences, then we'll call it a day there for this one. I would check momentum, but like the same chart before, we already know momentum is pointed heavily towards the downside. Monthly, we don't have much. Is that not really, no. I was thinking it's a head and shoulders, but not really. We have a monthly volatility at extreme highs for 3 months in a row. So from there, you would expect volatility to contract, because volatility is programmed to contract and expand. Once you hit extremes, it's programmed to go the opposite direction. So right now, what we're looking for is volatility to come down somewhere around this middle zone. At that point, I would hope, for the bull's sake, that this 55 EMA holds, if not 21, if not the 55. If they hold, then volatility can contract, and then we can get a next move higher up from there, and the silver cross will still be intact. But until then, that's just kind of a little bit of a hopium, in my opinion. especially because we have this VMP, which is the it's kind of like the jewel with the volatility aspect added to it. That's giving us a fresh dark blue sell signal as well. And if anybody wants, the VMP is actually significantly cheaper than the jewel. The jewel is around $900. The VMP is, I think, like $20 or $30 a month, so it's a lot cheaper.
So wait, the jewel is $900 a month?
No, it's one time payment.
Oh, just one payment. But the jewel and the HPDR is two different things, right?
Yeah.
Got
But
it.
imagine how I feel though. I paid $1,500 for the jewel. Now it's $900.
And you're saying that they're going to discount it even more?
Yeah, next week is gonna it's probably gonna be discounted around 25 or 30%. The reason why I don't think the jewel is gonna be discounted because it's not sold on the same website. It's sold on a different website. The HPDR will for sure be discounted though.
Got it.
And the one that Alex was talking about for the advanced stochastic, which gives you the momentum pivots, that one will be discounted as well.
Got it. Okay, good.
So
Good.
Right now on the weekly, we're getting multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, but it's not a very strong hidden bullish divergence signal to you because we've already confirmed a local high right here. So the easy part of this move has already been played out. The only way to get that to play out back to the upside is we have to close above this 55 EMA at $605.67. So I would say 606 to be safe. It doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon with this massive red candle right here. So in my opinion, the bullish divergence has been invalidated. We look at the 5-day, same thing, just about to invalidate this bullish divergence to be closed below this 55. 2-day doesn't really have anything. We've confirmed a local top right here, right at the bearish control zone, and we're getting back into the bearish control zone. So what this tells you is that bulls try to get the momentum out of the bearish control zone, but they were not able to, and he got kicked right back into the bearish control zone. Go to the daily. Not much. Yeah, so we don't really have any divergences on this. All we see that is the jewels giving us a dark blue sell signal on the weekly and the monthly, and we're rejecting every single major EMA, and we're still below the 55. So as long as we're below the 55, I would have to say that pressure is towards the downside.
Yeah. I mean, just looking at the chart, looks fucking horrendous. CVX is Alex Salamis, Farhan. Told you would enjoy that. Ok. Podemos ver SMCI, que también es una empresa de microchips, microprocesadores. Podemos verlo acá. Estamos viendo la semanal. Les voy a poner la mensual para que tengan una excelente vista de esto. Podemos ver lo primero instantáneamente que tenemos acá, una vela topadora por acá y instantáneamente una confirmación. No te dio la confirmación acá con el cierre, aunque pudiste haber debatido eso, pero tu siguiente confirmación vino acá y estas son la mensual. Cuando volteamos a ver los promedios en la mensual, puedes ver que perdimos el 9, que es bastante importante, sobre todo cuando algo está en una tendencia alcista, la mayor parte del tiempo está arriba del promedio del 9 y acá lo está perdiendo. Venimos a visitar el 21, pero rebotamos al alza, pero todavía no hemos decidido si vamos a volver a visitarlo o no. El precio de SMCI en este momento está en $565. $565. Ahora, cuando lo ponemos en la semanal, quiero que volteen a ver esto. En la semanal, no solamente perdimos el 9, el 21, no hemos podido regresar a retestearlos. El 9 cruzó abajo del promedio del 21, lo que nos indica debilidad de precio. Este cruce te dice debilidad de precio, no es un cruce fuerte ni nada. Puedes ver también cómo el promedio de los 100 días en 465 junta perfectamente con esta línea que yo dibujé, que va esta línea de tendencia alcista, lo que muy probablemente me dice a mí personalmente que después de ser rechazado el 55, va a venir a buscar por acá a recargarse en esta línea por ahí de los $480. Es lo primero que me está diciendo en la semanal. De nuevo tienes altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, bajos más bajos y bajos más bajos formándose. Cuando volteamos a ver la diaria, es un poco de lo mismo, pero en la diaria tenemos un cruce plateado, un silver cross, que es cuando el 21 se va abajo del 55. Acá. Y no nada más eso, también tuviste el 9 yéndose para abajo de todo y lo que te dice debilidad, además de ese cruce plateado. Y ahora estás abajo del 9, que está en los 599, el 21 está en 626 y los demás están por ahí de los 700 planos. Entonces, en la diaria estás abajo en todo. Cuando Farhan nos enseñó todos sus niveles con el Joule había dado una señal de venta de esas de Diosito, acá el 24 de marzo, que fue cuando el precio cayó potentemente. Ahorita estamos viendo otra de esas señales. Esto se ve bajista en nuestra opinión, no tiene nada de alcista. Y ya, lo importante es simplemente ver tus promedios y si puedes volver a retomar el 9 y luego el 21 sería bastante bueno, pero personalmente se ve bastante difícil, sobre todo viendo en la semanal la debilidad del precio y cómo el 55 rechazó y muy probablemente vayamos a buscar el 200 ahí entre los 200 y 326. No va a pasar luego, pero tiene pinta de que lo vamos a ir a hacer. Tal vez no tan rápido. Alrighty, CVX.
Nice. Let me see here. All right, cool. I'm not muted. Yeah, no, so CVX, interesting chart. I mean, it correlates with US oil. You know, and I basically on US oil was watching the same thing that we're seeing on CVX, a nice retest essentially, especially after we had this fresh weekly silver cross to the downside. You know, it's basically rejecting where we'd expect it today. You know, we see here this cross happened essentially on right at the end of July. You see the 55s now above the 21, while the 9 is heavily down. It's not even above this meme line anymore. So not the best sign for sure. More bearish. And it is interesting. I don't trade oil. I used to. It just got fucky after the whole Middle East stuff. It just became, in my opinion, a lot more predatory than it already was. So I don't even dabble in it. But something I think that's interesting, especially on, I think it was it the daily? Yeah, the daily is looking at actually kind of interesting because where we see this this volatility here, it is basically at extremes to the downside. It can keep being at extremes here, but you know, we're starting to see it even go down a little bit more. You know, so how I use BBDP is what I've learned from Farn is it's confirmed when it's above 16% volatility.
15%.
15%. So still learning. 15% though. So like to me that's interesting, especially when we get this kind of price action, and we also know that it should be slightly bearish because we have that fresh silver cross in the weekly. You know, to me that is something to mentally note, especially today on Twitter. You know, with oil moving, I saw a lot of people longing it today, which didn't make too much sense. You know, I think U.S. oil is a good one if you're looking at CVX, just simply because of where we're at on U.S. oil. You know, we basically we're at the 382 essentially, almost there. Major resistance there. If we take this fib off, and again, it correlates with CVX. So if I was trading CVX, I'd be also watching this. I feel like this can just be a more higher beta than actually CVX, but still watching the scenario play out, which will bleed into CVX for sure. So watch that. You know, you essentially want this weekly EMA9 to keep acting as resistance, especially how fresh the silver crosses to the downside. You know, it's good to catch these things early, so that way you're prepared. And to me, you know, it was a nice rally from wick low, especially putting in that reversal hammerhead right there on this weekly. We just really want this to start getting followed through. I'll be more bullish on oil, especially this, if it can start reclaiming, call it 155. If we can get back above the weekly EMA 100, the 9, and also this meme line at 151.60, I do think we'll have a lot bigger chance to go up to 170s on this. Until then, this was in a massive range. It broke down. It basically failed to break down fully and got reclaimed. Both bears are looking at this as the lower high. Yes, we dumped and had a nice bounce, but it still could not break this last high, showing the weakness in the overall trend. We did break down here. Now bears are looking for it to go to 134. That's kind of the next spot. Fills in this inefficiency. And, you know, oil has a lot of it moved quickly. So it leaves a lot of these inefficiencies that, unlike Bitcoin, can get filled in a month or two. This can take a while to come down. Especially with how fresh the silver crosses to the downside and where volatility is at the moment. I am curious. I didn't look at it. Just check the monthly chart real fast. Let me take this off. Let me put this on. Nice. So yeah, the monthly chart's solidifying what we're saying. This looks ugly, and it can still keep getting bad. So yes, today and yesterday or whatever, today was a great pump, but overall, it's not looking good on the more macro time frame. So bulls essentially want this to turn into a hammerhead, getting back above the 9 at 155. And that kind of solidifies what I was mentioning at that 155, 156 level. If it can get back above there, I'll be more bullish on this and looking for that 174. And then there, that's just major resistance. If we can actually get above there and hold it, really good. Let me see. I think I think I did a fib pattern. I'm unsure if I did, but let me just do it just in case I did not. So we see here, yeah, a 236 is holding. That 382 though, unable to still get above at 152. Very much like U.S. oil when I showed the fib. We've basically rallied into the area you'd expect to reject on the bearish retest. So something to watch. I mean, especially if we do start coming down. We can't disregard that silver cross to the downside and where BBWP is now. Let me check real quick where the Bollinger Bands are. They're starting to get tight. After this breakdown, we fell back into it. Curious to see where the mid band is. Sometimes with all these lines, it could be too much. Let me see where the mid is. Yeah, so that mid band, we are slightly above. Bulls just want that to keep holding. What you don't want is this to start breaking and expanding, especially with how BBWP is. And this is where like the momentum pivots can come in handy because you get more of a bias on, okay, price needs to hold this for a daily closure to be bullish, or lose it to be more statistically bearish, especially when you see volatility so low. So something to watch. Don't long resistance though at all, and that's where we're at now. And a rollover wouldn't surprise me if we start coming down after U.S. oil just to me did a bearish retest. CVX looks like it just did one. Still can definitely go to 151, 152, maybe even fills. 151, 152, possibly 155 for that daily official EMA 100 tap. But overall, I do have a bearish bias on oil. I do think it'll start coming down, especially if tensions in the Middle East start coming, levering with peace deals. I know that seems unlikely now, but at the end of the day, I don't really trade oil. I don't really watch. I don't watch it or trade as a news-based asset. I just kind of see what the chart's telling me, and this is something that I've been watching for a while now. It's just this bearish retest. So I don't see why CVX wouldn't do the same, especially when, we see how that weekly silver crosses, which is down. And we are rejecting that 9 right now. So not the best of signs. So we'll see how this week develops. Like I said, I'll be bullish on this if it gets back above 155, especially on a weekly closure. Until then, I have to keep having the bias that we're going to go down to 134, 135 over time. And then if we don't hold that, which remember, this is like a mid-range with top of the range and the bottom of the range. We've basically been in this channel here. Slow grind down though, and this slow grind down, in my opinion, might lead to a breakdown. If we do start breaking this 134, we could see a aggressive move down rather than this just slow grind up and stair step up, elevator down type of thing. So that's kind of my opinion on this. Watch 135, 134. Should not be bullish on this if it's under 155. And there's no reason to be longing this today. I saw a lot of people doing that, considering we are basically just pressing major resistance with a fresh silver cross to the downside on the weekly, which is a very strong one. If the weekly has one, then the daily has one, right? The 2-day has one. Well, let me confirm if the 2-day has one. Yeah. So the weekly having that, it solidifies that all the other time frames under that basically are weak. So don't long resistance, watch closely, and you can just play the levels to levels. That's what, when I traded oil, it's just better to play levels to levels. It's good day trades rather than swing trading, because it's just too fucky in my opinion.
It is indeed, sir. Also, I just find it interesting when we do US oil and gold prices, how fucking low the price is of oil versus gold compared to the past, which means we still haven't finished seeing all the distortions in prices because of inflation and all the bullshit that we're seeing, especially for the type of economic activity we're seeing these days. Either way, CVX.
Yeah, that chart you shared looks like actually like an inverse head and shoulders, in my opinion. Which is interesting. I don't know what the correlation between all those pairings are, but no, it looks like a very
normally what you see here is stability in prices and against oil. So it's telling you that over time, it's gone down further to real like value. This is without the US devaluation of the currency, if you will.
Interesting. So with that going up, what's the implication then? The chart
This
you have now.
this going up would mean that oil is going to be really fucking expensive.
Interesting. Okay,
Like
yeah, that's
really,
interesting.
really fucking expensive. And like you're saying, yeah, it's doing head and shoulders, just basically here. As long as this comes back here, then you have a pretty good shot at breaking to the upside, and then the move would be humongous. You're
Yeah.
talking about, let's go with this. I know it's not perfect, but it doesn't fucking matter.
And you know what that lines up with?
What?
Russia and Ukraine escalating. Show me the
Yeah.
chart and I'll tell you the news.
Yeah, yeah, and then
Or the
this
Middle
brings-
East escalating more too, or both.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
This brings you back to 2000 levels, 2008 levels, etc. Right
that is
before.
funny. There's many of these charts we keep looking at that
Are you guys
only
familiar
pump
with the-
during like major economic downshifts that
Yeah.
are just brewing now. It's so funny.
Are you
Each
guys-
week we
are you
look at
guys
it.
familiar with the pizza indicator?
Yeah, you told me about that.
The one in the CIA?
Yeah, so the Domino's pizzas
Yeah.
and the Pizza Huts near the Pentagon, whenever they're at like more busy than usual, especially at the nighttime, that's because people are working at the Pentagon like overnight and they're working like they're not leaving, so they need to eat. And every single time that's happened has been a major geopolitical conflict.
Where's the indicator sitting at right now?
It's not. You just have to check the pizza places in the DC area around the Pentagon.
God
So
damn it.
if you look up like pizza near the Pentagon, you'll see how busy they are, and it'll tell you if it's more busy than usual. And right now, their pizza places are around like 12 o'clock, 1 a.m. Very, very busy.
Well, yeah, definitely something's happening. I would say so.
The last time, whenever this thing spiked like insanely, there's two times. The first one was right before Russia invaded Ukraine. Before that was when U.S. invaded Iraq. Before that was when Iraq invaded Kuwait.
So basically, nothing burgers.
Nothing, but whenever they announce that stuff, markets don't like it.
Oh, take a massive shit. I mean, what I'm saying when I say a nothing burger, I'm being a little sarcastic, obviously, and because it was major things that happened. But hey, we're gonna be fucked. It's fine, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about anything.
Quick, write $100 billion check to Ukraine.
Quick, someone give Zelensky more money. Okay. Thank you, boys. And you're doing Solana. Oh, Apple, Alex.
Cool.
Apple, did you guys hear Apple announce their iPhone event September 9th?
No.
No, I think, don't they always do it on an iPhone event every September?
Yeah, can't wait.
Well, September, October. Will it be the same though? I think I got a new one last time.
It's not. I hope it's different. Their iPhones kind of all suck now because they don't change anything except give you a better camera, but we all want better battery.
What is the latest iPhone right now?
It's the 15 Pro Max. I have that one.
15
Crazy.
Pro Max. Let me see what I have.
But I'm an Apple fanboy, so I buy all their phones every year.
I got an iPhone 14 Pro Max, so I'm a year behind. This is pretty good.
13. I think I have the 13, or the 12, but essentially not very much different than Farhan's 15.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Which is the point.
Sorry, Farhan, you go and spend your money on fancy indicators and fancy iPhones. I'm not gonna do that.
Fancy this, fancy that. That's funny.
Yeah. Let's go. Estamos viendo CVX, esto es Chevron, para la gente que no sepa, las gasolineras, la petrolera Chevron en Estados Unidos. Estamos viendo la tabla mensual en este momento. Lo primero que quiero enseñarles es simplemente dónde está el precio. El precio está en 147.99. El máximo histórico, no, tal vez no histórico, pero el reciente, sí, histórico, está en $190, casi. Entonces, estamos en 147. Parece que hicimos un tope por acá. It's actually a massive head and shoulders on the monthly. You guys see it? Esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro potente en la mensual. Hombro,
Left shoulder, head,
cabeza, right? hombro.
The neckline is that line right there.
It's basically here, right? I mean, it's a little above. It's right here at 140.
I would use that previous green candle right there at the bottom. The one with the hammer.
This one? Yeah, you're right.
I use that one as a neckline.
Entonces ahí está. Tenemos aquí un buen. Y esto es, una vez más, la mensual. Damn, dude. That would be crazy. Y en la mensual, digamos que lo rompe por acá. Eso nos pone. $84.
What does this company do again?
This is Chevron, dude.
Chevron? Oh, God. If Chevron does that, oil's going.
Well, this would be literally a tremendous recession, by the way. This happened in February of 2020.
And what would be so funny is if they wait until Trump becomes president for them to actually put in the recession and blame it on him.
I mean, the recession is happening. They're just definitely going to do that. I thought they were going to blame Biden for everything because he just doesn't count anymore, but we'll see. Ok, lo primero que tenemos que notar es que el precio de Chevron tocaría una vez más los mínimos de 2020. Si es que este hombro, cabeza, hombro se llega a dar a la baja en la mensual. Y eso pasó en el 2020 y también en la recesión internacional de producción en el 2015. Para que tengan una idea por lo que nos puede estar adelantando tiempos malos. Vamos a poner rápidamente nuestros indicadores y podemos ver rápidamente en la mensual que estamos abajo del 9, abajo del 21. Venimos a testear el 55, pero probablemente vamos a volver a verlo. Esta vela va a cerrar en 4 días, 4 horas. Vamos rápido a la semanal. ¿Cómo de que no, señora Aguilera? Por supuesto que sí. En la semanal estamos viendo, literalmente perdimos todo. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, un Silver Cross gigantesco acá que pasó ¿cuándo? El 24 de julio. Entonces vino el precio, se apoyó en el S&P 200 que está en los 141, subió y ahorita está siendo rechazado por el 9. Ni siquiera vino a tocar el 9, pero va a bajar. Y ahora de nuevo tienes este cruce a la baja. No se ve bien. Vamos a ver la diaria rápidamente. Y en la diaria tenemos un poco de lo mismo. Habíamos rebotado en el 9, nos fuimos para arriba del 21 y dijimos, a huevo, ya chingamos. Nelson, padre, estamos abajo del promedio del 21 que está en 148.12. Básicamente, si esperamos ver esto subir, va a tener que reventar arriba de los $155 si es que eres alcista, pero empiezas a ver cómo los promedios empiezan a dar vueltas encima y tienes cruces bastante potentes en la diaria, en la semanal, en la diaria todavía no tienes el cruce plateado a la baja, pero pronto se va a venir. Déjame ver rápidamente 2 semanas. 2 semanas también. Sí, tienes acá todos los promedios aquí arriba en los 153 a 155 y el precio está aquí abajo. Muy probablemente te dice que va a venir a buscar los 144 y de ahí para abajo al 200. No pinta alcista esto. También cuando vemos el petróleo, aunque el petróleo haya subido, vamos a ver rápidamente el petróleo porque esto está directamente relacionado al petróleo, ¿no? No podemos decir que no. ¿Qué está haciendo el petróleo? Completamente siendo rechazado en las 2 semanas por el EMA 9. Tuvimos un cruce plateado a la baja en el petróleo en las 2 semanas. There's a 2-week silver cross to the downside on oil, guys, that just happened literally on the last candle. The one
week there, 2 weeks.
2 weeks oil. Say that again?
Did we retest the 9 EMA yet?
Not, I mean,
yeah, we
kind of.
No, we did.
Right. It front ran it.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I did right here.
And we know it's true or like valid because the 9 is healthily under the 21.
Yeah.
So it's not corrective.
And this is the 100.
And look at, I don't know, 100. Do you have BBWP? Look at BBWP.
No, I don't. I don't, sadly.
It's free.
It's free. That's why I have it. Anyways, no, it's at extremes. It's at 3.
Is it this one?
3.9%. Let me see.
Type in BBWP. It should be by the caretaker.
Yeah, the 2,736.
Oh, the caretaker, right
here. This is the guy who makes the HPDR.
Yeah.
Guy is a fucking godsend. Literally a godsend.
Motherfucker. So what does this mean?
The blue means extremely low volatility.
Big move. So then this is where, right, Farn, you go to the momentum pivots, or I would, and we'd get a gauge on, okay, is the 2 week
Let me pull up
statistically
the momentum
bullish or bearish? And then this is where it can become an OP strategy.
Hey, you guys don't have to buy the advanced stochastic because I just pulled the momentum pivot for you. So
Sorry.
I made a shit ton of money in 2022 trading off just only the momentum pivots on Bitcoin. The very, very powerful indicator that gives you 20-30% moves. It's insane.
okay,
Wow.
so right now the momentum pivot on the 2 week is momentum is down while price is below $81.50. Not only that, but it's also rejecting the bullish control zone. So statistically, this volatility move is likely to play out to the downside.
And what's the measured move on that 2 week one?
You would not be able to get it from this stochastic.
No. Does the
No.
5-day have the similar one as to Bitcoin?
The Bitcoin one is back to sit on Bitcoin, so it's not.
That makes sense. No, that makes sense. You're at 100%. We haven't back to sit. But in summary, statistically speaking, and with volatility this low, statistically speaking, it should go down.
Okay, but doing like a quick rough back test myself, it usually drop whenever we get a momentum expansion while volatility is down. We usually get around 80% to 90% move down.
That's possible, dude. Oil went to zero last time.
Yeah, so exactly. So, but like that is very possible, and it is funny to see that because, I mean, yeah, that is just really funny. What does that mean? Is it because Trump's going to become president? Oil's going to become really cheap. I mean, you could argue it's the black swan that caused it to go negative. I have no idea. I just click buttons.
That shit was so crazy.
But
We're cooking something. You guys know
remember
that,
how
right?
cheap oil was back then?
Yeah, zero. It was negative, dude. I had a friend that made so much money.
So the big brain move on. I remember this because I was a senior in high school. I think I was 18, 19. No, it was 2020. So I was 19.
Yeah.
The big brain move that I made a lot of money was okay, fuck trading oil, buy the tankers, NAT, where they're storing the oil, where they're making $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a day. NAT went up like 300%. It was funny.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very
so
nice.
mental note if that happens again, just buy oil tankers.
Yeah. I mean, most likely something's gonna have to happen to just be able to cover. Like, this is what we need. Just so you know, after seeing this so many times, we need an excuse to print a lot of money.
Yes, sir.
We need it because we can't tell people, hey guys, we're fucked. We fucked up the policy. There needs to be look at Putin. What a piece of shit. Look at the virus that came out of nowhere. So we need something. So we're working on it right now. That's why their pizza places are packed right now. So just get ready. That's why I'm saying there's a big opportunity coming in my view.
I agree with you. And that's what
metric triangle right there too.
Throughout,
so you could get a measured move from that.
Throughout the times we've been watching too, it's like Walmart's looking bad. You know, you had what's it called? US to peso looking quite bullish. Now oil, looking interesting.
Do you grab it from here or below, right here?
It's very likely. Right? It's very likely to break to the downside.
But you would do it. But you would do it technically at the end of that, assuming it.
Yeah, it usually fills out right around that 70% edge, like a little bit to the left.
Yeah, a little bit less, like right there.
A little bit more. Keep going. Usually breaks right around here. Whenever the triangle is 70% filled,
48
most likely breaks.
It is 70%. Yeah, that's true.
48 and it coincides with this.
With those though, I never use measured moves. I just use it for a bias of breakdown or breakout.
Yeah, because it's never going to be exact. It just gives you an idea of what direction price is going to go towards.
It is interesting though. Out of all the measured moves in my experience, and I've only seen this on Bitcoin because I only trade Bitcoin, head and shoulders have the best hit rate for the measured moves.
Yeah, head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders, ascending triangles, and descending triangles are my favorite.
Yeah.
All right. What's it called? All right. I already showed this. Let me go into salamis.
Maybe gasoline will go down after this, though.
No, it will for sure.
Well, yeah, that's what that'll mean. It'll get dirt cheap again.
Back in 2020, when I still had that AMG, it cost me like $22 or $23 to fill it up in premium.
Nothing. Yeah, like $9 in Tucson to fill the micro tank.
Holy shit.
It was good times. And then Biden, it just shot up, all the policy and things, whatnot. And it was like now $40, $39. Big difference.
Big Big difference. Actually, let me do a shameless plug real quick, because why not?
Yeah.
Because why not, boys?
Never heard of
Ok, exactamente, exactly. A todo el mundo que está por acá, dense una vuelta a Elite Trading Academy. Este es el Discord que tenemos. Es absolutamente gratis y pueden venir a aprender todo de esto con nosotros. Si estás entrando a Discord, aceptas el enlace, puedes entrar. Esto es lo que vas a ver. Aquí tienes el análisis de Alex. Aquí a la izquierda tienes el análisis de Farhan. Aquí tienes a nuestros enlaces oficiales para que no te dé miedo picarle a nada. Tienes nuestro exchange BitGet, también tienes aquí abajo Bluffing y acá tienes un link para TradingView por si quieres usarlo también, y acá tienes para venir a decir hola, tienes acá para venir a pedir charts, acá abajo tienes para compartir noticias, acá tienes todo el P&L, las ganancias y pérdidas de la comunidad, ven a compartir con nosotros. Acá tienes el chat general donde todos vamos a platicar tonterías y el town hall. Y aquí mismo es donde estos tíos, después de que nos vamos por acá, vienen a platicar con ustedes. Hay comunidad en español, hay comunidad en inglés. Vénganse a dar una vuelta, como de que no. Let us go, boys. All right, fine. You're doing salamis.
Solana.
And then you're doing apple, Alex.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to start with Solana on the monthly. On the monthly right now, Solana is went down to test the 9 EMA. It's giving us a little bit of a hammerhead and it's still holding it. We're still in this range that we've been in since around March of 2024. The bears were not even not able to push it down to the bottom of the blue zone, this 38.2, even when Bitcoin went to the 48s, which is a very good sign because altcoins are usually much weaker than Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin is going down to those levels and breaking those levels, that's the fact that Solana is not makes it look very, very strong to me. We look at our momentum, HPR momentum. We came into the negative territory and we're starting to flip back up. We need to see it hold this 9 EMA, and then very likely on the next monthly close, this is going to start flipping back up, and volatility is going to start flipping back up too, and this is going to support our move that we have enough juice to get back up to this top 38.2, which right now, like, I would not take this number seriously, to be honest. My first target would be this median, which is at $257, which would be a retest of previous all-time highs. If we get any type of close over this monthly median, though, at that point, the doors opened up to what my all-time high target is for the cycle on Solana, which is upper 400s, around $480, which would be our. And because if we close over this, HPR gives you a percentage. You would have a 61.8% chance of hitting upper $400, which, in my opinion, that'd be pretty insane for Solana.
It's pretty good.
Yes, not bad, right? Solana is hitting 400s. Like, what are the other altcoins doing? Everything's probably going to the moon. We're all getting rich. We're getting disgustingly rich.
That's right. And then Jay Powell's going to come out and be like, enough. You guys go back to being poor, you fuckers.
Time to hike rates.
Yeah.
Right now, what I don't like to see is that the jewel is starting to give us one of these dark blue sell signals, but it's not actually confirmed. We need one more close to confirm this. I think it can be invalidated as long as we close this candle green, which right now is at $171.70. We have a good amount of time. Where's the time indicator? Yeah, we have 5 days and 8 hours to get that over 171. It doesn't seem that likely, but if it does close over 171, this flips green. Statistically, we have to go up to this median, which is like I said before, a retest of previous all-time highs.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the weekly right now, momentum is starting to shift down. It flipped back into the neutral zone. It's currently at basically 0 or -3%. I don't consider negative 3% to actually be negative because it's so close to the neutral zone that it can easily flip back up from here, and it's retesting the spread moving average right here. While volatility is going down as well, which is telling us that this momentum move to the downside is going to be more corrective than it is going to be impulsive. And if we check our RSI, see if we got anything on Solana. Nothing on the monthly. Quarterly? Nope. Weekly, we do have multiple drives of bearish divergence, which has not fully been played out yet. We have hit the easy target because we came down and came to this. We confirmed it right here. Yeah, so we came down. We tested all these EMAs right here. We went to the 9, the 21, and now we've reclaimed the 9, 20, the 21, and the 9. So that tells us the easy target of the bearish divergence has been played out, but there's still no local bottom yet to confirm that okay, we're done. But for now, as long as we're holding this 9 EMA, I would say the bearish divergence is very likely going to be invalidated on the next close. We have to wait for that weekly close to happen. The 5 days giving us possible multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 drives of possible hidden bullish divergence, which is going to be confirmed as long as we close this 5 day above $148.89. So we close above there, the divergence is confirmed, and we're very likely going to move up. And this RSI, you guys remember the BWP made by the caretaker?
Oh yeah,
made by the caretaker. This one is also made by the caretaker. This one's called the caretaker's RSI. You see right here?
Oh yeah,
caretaker's RSI divergence V6. That's why I said the caretaker is a godsend. But what his RSI does is it gives you the numbers that you would need to hit these significant areas on the RSI. So right now, the bullish control zone is sitting at $184.91. So if we break above that would give us our retest of all-time highs. I don't think it's going to go straight from there. And this number is going to go down, this 326 number. I feel like it's going to come back down to the upper 200s, like slightly above previous all-time highs. It very likely bases there, because what it does all the time is whenever it gets into the bullish control zone, it likes to base at the bottom of it before expanding to the top. And then after that, our next target is going to be somewhere around, because this number is going to go down. That 300, it's going to go up actually. Then it's going to be around that $400 target that we were looking at before. And I want to look at one more thing and we'll be done. It's going to be solely. I'm sorry to anybody who's an Ethereum fanboy here, because you're not going to like this.
By the way, I don't know what the fuck indicator I turned on that he just gave me a doom signal. And this indicator seems pretty accurate. I'll show you in a second. Go on.
Which one?
Let me show you just real quick.
Yeah, I want to see him. I thought you were sharing it already.
Yeah, I want to see it. I'm curious.
Look at this. Boom. And it went down what? On this boom, right? Boom. And it went down 50%. There's boom. And again, I have no idea what the fuck this is. Boom. And it went down like another 69.
Double click it and it'll tell you. Double click when
it looks like it has a 90% hit rate. Just the ones I'm looking at right now. What the heck?
Oh, I see.
So is it just based on volatility?
I think it's one of those indicators that combines multiple different indicators together to give you like one of those like signals.
I see.
Yeah, and it's got Lambo and Rambo. So look, 50%, 69%. Then this was what? Up until the bottom, 74%. The boom literally gave it right here.
Yeah, that's interesting.
The boom, I mean, gave us 1,100%. And now you have another boom right here. And then this boom already gave you 36%.
Yeah. Based on that green doji right there, I would say that the easy move of that doom is played out. What do you think?
This one? Or
the most recent one? It's hard to say. It's just still in a range.
The confirmation for me that it's played out would be a close over that high on this doji.
On this one?
Yeah.
163.17.
So if we close over that, then I would say, okay, the bottom is in and we have to go up from there. But until then, yeah.
Got it. I'm sorry. I'm going to put your shit back on. This just like turned on out of nowhere. So I was wondering what the fuck.
All right. So here's the monthly chart on Solana versus Ethereum. We are literally at all-time highs compared to Ethereum right now on Solana versus Ethereum. We're touching the top blue 38.2% zone, which I consider to be the breakout area. That number is sitting at 0.0065, I believe. No, 0.007. If we close above that, we have to target somewhere between this 50% and the 61.8, which is around 0.08 to 0.01, which would be like, it doesn't seem like that much, but that's a massive move on Solana versus Ethereum. That's like Solana's Ethereum is moving like 10%, whereas Ethereum is moving 10%, while Solana is moving like 40 or 50%. Because you have to remember, Ethereum has a much larger market cap than Solana. So whenever Solana gains against Ethereum, it gains a lot more than Ethereum will gain, like by 3 or 4x. We're looking at our momentum indicators. It's starting to flip back up around. It was not even able to make it to the middle zone. It's starting to flip back up around. The volatility is starting to flip back up around. telling us that we're about to get an impulsive move as long as we close above this area. When we get that, then we're very likely going to go up to those previous targets. We look at the weekly on SolETH. Right now, we already gotten that breakout. We broke above the blue zone. We retested it again, and then now we're freshly breaking out. From this setup, I would look at somewhere around the 61.8 we've already hit to the 78.6, which is at that 0.07 number that we were looking at before. And if we look at the daily is giving the same thing. We broke out of the blue zone. We retested the 5 EMA. We're basing off of this area right now. And I would be saying that we probably hit somewhere around that 0.07. And let me pull up my calculator and I'll give you guys what 0.07 would be on the ETH price. So 0.07 times that would put Solana somewhere around that number we were looking at. I'd love to see this confluence somewhere around $245 to $250. Previous all-time highs. Right now, I'm pretty bullish on Solana. I have to say it's my favorite altcoin, and I'm looking for it to outperform Ethereum in the next couple of months if Ethereum even ever outperforms it again.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck Ethereum would come back. Anyone that uses this bullshit, and this is why people asked me so many years ago, so what do you think about Ethereum? I was like, why would anyone want to use Ethereum for real instead of Solana? What is what the fuck do you guys want? Do you use this shit? Because why would you want to use Ethereum? It makes no sense. The UI all over Solana is incredible for anything you want to use. And the speed of the transaction and everything. Why? Why the fuck would anyone want to use Ethereum? It makes no sense.
ETH is counterproductive in the sense that the higher it goes, the higher the fees go. I remember in the bull market 2022 that it was like buying an NFT $2,000, $3,000 worth of ETH for the fees. I almost did it. Thank God I didn't, because that's bullshit. Who can even pay for that? So
luckily, I bought the only NFT I hold back when Ethereum was like $1,600 or $1,700. So I paid almost nothing in fees.
Oh, good for you. Good for motherfucking. I buy all my NFTs on Solana. Fuck that Ethereum bullshit, dude. Fuck that. Fuck that. I buy all my NFTs on Solana so I can lose all of my money. At least on Solana, I can do it fast and cheaply.
The only counter argument that I've seen on crypto Twitter is people saying that I'd rather pay more for Ethereum than have my transaction fail on Solana.
I've never had that though. The network will just be down, but it won't ever fail mid-transaction. For me,
nah, they're full of shit. They literally never use Solana. Even if the network's down for 8 hours, dude. Verizon has outages. AT&T has outages of 8 hours.
True.
What the fuck are these people expecting? It's like the people that got on an airplane right after Wi-Fi came out, and they were like, I can't believe the Wi-Fi doesn't work. It's like, bitch, that shit was 15 years ago. You didn't even have internet, and now you're on a plane drinking a margarita and feeling entitled to your Wi-Fi at that full speed. Who the fuck are you? These people are out of their mind.
Wi-Fi
They've never created anything.
Wi-Fi on airplanes is so fast. I was literally FaceTiming with Alex and my friend Enrique while I was flying to China. We were FaceTiming the whole time. Alex will tell you I made a fool of myself.
Well, now they have what's it called?
Starlink.
Yeah, now they have Starlink. So that's pretty cool.
Let
me share this. And Farhan, dollar peso, which is 1 second, USD MXN.
Is that one after sold?
Yeah.
Wait, we just did Sol. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna present Solana, and then you're gonna do Apple right after I do this.
Perfect.
I got you, homies.
It's Monday.
Exactly. Vale, pues estamos viendo Solana, ni más ni menos que Solana, por supuesto. Claro que sí, voy a esconder rápidamente mis indicadores para que puedas ver el precio de Solana y lo que ha estado haciendo estos días. Puedes ver que hemos estado rangueando básicamente desde que tuvimos este zampompazo en febrero del 2024, casi todo el año por acá. Tuvimos un alto que no fue alto histórico en los 209, pero también tienen que entender que Solana ha sido inflada 9% anualmente, compuesto en los últimos 2 años después del máximo histórico, por lo que relativamente eso es un máximo histórico, en mi opinión. Pero bueno, eso da igual. Vimos que tuvimos este alto, luego este más bajo, pero tuviste este alto más alto. Pero tuviste este bajo más bajo, pero no es más bajo que este, lo que nos hace pensar que todo está bien. Estamos viéndolo en la diaria, los voy a poner rápidamente en la mensual para que puedan ver el tipo de consolidación que está teniendo en este momento. En la mensual, básicamente estamos viendo con los indicadores de Farhan, estamos buscando intentar tener un cierre verde. Y un cierre verde en la mensual, faltan 5 días, 8 horas, va a ser arriba de los $171. Si Solana no puede cerrar arriba de los $171 esta vela, muy probablemente pueda revertirse y empezar a buscar objetivos a la baja. Pero mientras no lo haga y mientras podamos tener ese cierre arriba de los 171.26, nos vamos a sentir bastante bien de nuestra decisión de estar en Solana. Pues acá, para todo el mundo, los voy a traer a la semanal y quiero, no, espérenme, la mensual. Quiero rápidamente que puedan ver lo fuerte que está el movimiento. Estamos muy arriba del 9, estamos muy arriba del 21, ni siquiera nos venimos a recargar y eso fue en la mensual. En la semanal, vean nada más la fuerza que lleva el movimiento también. Estamos arriba del 9, arriba del 21, pero no lo hemos retesteado. Muy probablemente vengamos a retestear el 9 en los 153 y de ahí continuar el viaje en el que estaba. En la diaria, quiero que vean esto. En la diaria, literalmente, trepamos acá, nos subimos en la 9, que fue este pompazo que literalmente nos llevó desde 144 hasta $162. Y ahora todas nuestras líneas, todos nuestros EMAs, absolutamente todos nuestros indicadores se juntan en el 152, por lo que hay bastante confluencia por ahí. Estos van a seguir subiendo en lo que el precio está arriba de ellos, lo que probablemente nos diga que vamos a venir a retestear esta zona de los $154. De ahí es importante que podamos aguantar y podamos seguir subiendo. Eso es Solana, damas y caballeros. Rápidamente, Alex, you ready? Let's do this. You're muted, sir.
Pulling a far on here. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so this is just like as meme as it gets. So this is Apple. This is just something I've been looking at into. It was like last week I was watching a pullback scenario, and it makes sense to me. I mean, bears are going to look at this as the lower high on the daily. They're going to look at this because they're using this high here, this all-time high essentially is the metric. It would make sense to me to come down, fill some of this out, trap some shorts, almost hit the 786 because you can see right now we're basically rejecting the 382 currently. The 0.5 should hold, and that should be the next area as long as we are under the 382. But I think we'll just get a little bounce to it. A nice big drop, forming more structure like a higher low. And then also this is the assumption that this EMA 100 will probably start grinding up and we could form a nice bottom there. So that's kind of where I'm seeing Apple going. Totally a meme though until otherwise. Currently as it stands, the daily is still holding the 9, which is nice. We'd see that the 9 has crossed above the 21, which is welcoming. It's just we have the 382 resistance. And then this meme line I've had drawn on. I don't have too many lines on Apple. There's not a lot of data at the level we're at. But this is what I'm seeing. And this is the spot where bears want to take us down. And you're kind of seeing that across the board with the majors. They're kind of at like a crucial point where they can definitely have a healthy pullback. And all will be fine on the bigger time frames. I think a lot just want new all-time highs across the board. But I do think that we easily could just form a higher low across the board, especially on Apple. But as it stands, fresh cross looking good. I think we had a silver cross. Nope, not fresh, but we still technically have one. It's just not fresh. Let me just check the weekly now. In the weekly too, makes sense. If 220 basically is the area we want to hold, you have to keep in mind that since we reclaimed it, it's we just shot up. Going back down and going to this 220 area would make sense to me. Or worst case going, like I said, that 209 level, 210 level. Ideally, though, if you're bullish, you just don't want this low to get broken. Breaking this low ideally wouldn't be the best, and we'd have to look lower, like the 180s, 185s, in my opinion. Let me see here. I'm gonna go back to the daily, shift this. Yep. So ideally, you want this zone to consolidate. That'll at least give BBWP more time to reset, giving bulls more momentum for a breakout, actually breaking these highs, because it's going to take a lot of juice to go up to this gap here. and also break this high. This is a pretty big move down on Apple. We've had a nice move up as well. We can't get blindsided on the fact that Apple has moved 16% from the low that we had. So like a pullback is, if you're bullish, what you want. This will form more structure, reset the pivots, along with also trapping more shorts.
Does anybody else see somewhat of an inverse head and shoulders?
Yeah, I just are you using this as the left shoulder?
No, the one on the
Or
right.
this one?
No, the wick high. That left shoulder on the left side wick high, all the way to the left.
I am
Left,
so redacted.
left,
I don't see it.
Left. Keep going left. Yeah, down.
This one. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This one. This one. No.
Yeah, that one. Right.
Yeah, and I wish I didn't. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I don't know why I didn't see that.
The monthly has hidden bullish divergence on the RSI.
Let me see. Let me go back real fast because that
how
is
would that make any? How would that make any sense?
It's like this.
We'd expect it to come down to retest that.
This
that
is
that golden pocket right there. You see the golden pocket, 0.618 and 6.5.
Yeah.
Come down, retest the golden pocket. It makes a perfect inverse head and shoulders, and then up from there.
No, I agree with you, Farn, 100%. I did see this. It's not played out yet, and that is something that's funny. It took me a long time to see what you're saying, because here, that is the point I was mentioning. It can't go as deep, so ideally, like you said, maybe here, but that would look clean, very, very clean. It probably means the daily EMA 100s moved up a bit more. Golden pocket catches the zone for that big move, which is where we get that. But like I said, all assumption based, and this is a total meme, just like everything associated with trading. But ideally, that is something I'm watching. That is something I have drawn out. But as of now, we can't disregard that it is still holding the 9. We do have a cross that shows the strength right now. What bears want now is a rollover. Right here at this point, you don't want it to go much higher. Ideally, you don't even want it to break these wick highs, in my opinion. This is the point where you want Apple to start slowly going down, if not really going down fast, to fill this inefficiency we left going up, while also possibly doing inverse head and shoulders right there. So something to watch for sure. Wait, what did you say?
Would you mind pulling up the monthly?
Yeah. So let's see that.
All right. So to invalidate that hidden bullish divergence, you'd have to lose that wick low on this candle right here.
Yeah.
What wick low?
This one.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. And at that point, yeah, I agree. If that happens, and we're definitely going to go and hit this 180s again, and even that would look not even the best. We potentially have to look for lower.
It doesn't seem like much. We got to remember that move is Apple losing more than the entire market cap of Ethereum.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you are bullish on this, it would make zero sense for you not to want a little pullback here. I mean, it was pretty. I think it was here. Yeah, 16% move from the low is huge for Apple. So, and keep in mind that was pretty fast too. I mean, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 days worth. That's 1% almost a day. Pullback would be cool for sure. Watch though to see the levels we go. Like I said, if you're bullish, you just don't want this low to get broken. You want us to come down, form some other higher low, trap more shorts that are shorting this lower high potential for the rip up. Ideally, that's kind of my bias. It's something I was talking about, last week as well. As I do think that we can get a pullback. I was expecting that more last week, but it could happen this week, especially with the way the majors are looking right now. It's kind of like you can easily, in my head, I can see the trap. People are going to be shorting it based on like this. If it deviates, they're going to look at this as potentially a lower high, and they're going to look at this as the lower low that they want to break. How funny would it be if the majors came down like this, consolidated, and then came up and it didn't break, and because it is still in an uptrend, and that's just what we get across the board here. Even ES1, you can argue it's doing the same structure, not breaking this high, and it comes down. Something to consider, but the analysis is on Apple, and that is what I see. This bearish bias though is totally just based on the more intuition in my gut and the feeling of how this looks. It reminds me of this right here, real quick.
It's identical.
Yeah, you get up, you rally up, everyone's bullish, you form a lower high, you come down, and this came more aggressively down, obviously, but that's kind of what it's reminding me of. But as it stands with EMAs and everything I use, I don't have a short trigger here. This would just be an assumption-based short here on this deviation. If you go like lower time frames, it's easy. If it just deviates this, you just would basically have your stop at this high or even this high if you want to be a less aggressive. But yep, that's all I see. Apple's looking good. A pullback to a higher low would be cool, and this cross here kind of solidifies. It is still strong, so we shall see.
I don't know if you guys have ever looked into this though, but what I like to look at for Apple is Foxconn, because Foxconn is their largest provider. I'm not sure if they're on TradingView, but their ticker is XTAI, and right now Foxconn is on a uptrend on the year date, the yearly 3 year. It's all looking pretty good. You have to Google XTAI.
I see.
You'll see the Bing chart.
Yeah, no, they just don't have it on TradingView, but yep. So something to watch. Obviously, it's just like what I said with like the oil. Like you don't want a long resistance here. Your more higher probability setup is catching that higher low setup on the daily. The trend is your friend. You have an easy invalidation because we break that wick low we made. Yeah, get out. You don't want to hold it. We're going to dump probably a lot more. And this would then, to me, be the lower high confirmation if we break that. But until then, stocks are up only. They've been strong. Apple's very strong. They have unlimited amounts of cash, and they have an event coming up. Being more on the bullish camp, I think, is more wiser. But you know, I'm never ever just max bullish or max bearish. It's just levels to levels, and that's it.
Usually, whenever Apple has these events, we pump into them, they announce, and then we dump right after.
And in my experience too, it's like it's not even like a real good pump either. It's always just like it'll be green, but it's never like what I used to think. Like, oh, this shit's about to rip up. Like, oh my fucking yeah. No, never.
It's usually a stair step up and elevator down.
Yep. I mean, just by looking at Tesla, I mean, all these things that I owned and I sold, they're still very under what I sold for. And even though it's like been in a bull market since we had like the really bad bear market that lasted one day from the Japanese fucking carry trade, these are not looking great, I gotta say.
And you know, like we mentioned during, I think it was like the next morning or whatever, when the Japanese thing happened, I think we streamed the next day. We didn't mention, you know, VIX hitting 60 has marked pretty big bottoms overall. We got the reaction from that day up only. So, you know, getting a higher low, it makes sense at least, unless things are really fucked. And as Tesla stands, yeah, it still looks like a deviation to a bearish retest, and now it's breaking down. So
yeah, VIX plus the McClellan oscillator.
That too, that was useful that you brought up, which, you know, solidified that could be a bottom or at least some local bottom. And that's why it's funny, because I don't know, I should trade stocks at that point. I mean, 16% in 16 days on Apple is pretty good. Levered up, I could have 2x'd my account with ease. So
dude, didn't Nvidia go up like 30% in like 2 days?
Yeah,
or like whatever it was. So
I think it was like a week. Yeah, it went up insane.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's still pretty good.
Insane. Alrighty. Yeah. One of those trades catching 20-something% can be a year's worth of income in one trade if done right. It's the maximum financial opportunity.
RKT for you, Alex.
Cool.
Correct.
Yeah.
Aquí, exactly. Aquí tenemos Apple, damas y caballeros, estamos en la mensual. Yo creo que pueden ver todos la tendencia alcista en la que nos encontramos, pero para poder ver esto mejor tenemos que acercarnos a un gráfico semanal, donde pueden ver que nos estamos encontrando con esta resistencia bastante parecida a la de Nvidia, ¿no? Y tenemos esta línea justamente donde el precio está en los 226, es donde Apple está cotizando en este momento. Y les quiero prender los indicadores para que puedan ver en la semanal la fuerza que lleva a la alza. Tuvimos un cruce plateado, pero hasta acá atrás. Estamos hablando de marzo del 2023 y nos ha llevado este movimiento tan potente a la alza. Estamos arriba del 9, estamos arriba del 21, estamos arriba del 55, 100 y 200 sin problema alguno. Cuando nos acercamos más en la diaria, podemos ver aquí la cosa. Habíamos perdido el 9, lo retomamos, el EMA 9 subió arriba el 21, lo que nos dice que Apple tiene fuerza, pero estamos peleándonos con esto. Tenemos que crear un nuevo alto. Entonces, lo primero que tenemos que hacer es poder romper a través de esta resistencia y poder crear un nuevo alto local arriba de los 228.35 para irnos a buscar rápidamente los 236 y de ahí ir a hacer un nuevo máximo histórico. Más allá de esto, pueden ver en la tendencia alcista en la que está, voy a esconder rápidamente mis indicadores, pueden ver la tendencia alcista en la que está y simplemente la resistencia con la que nos estamos peleando. Estamos en un punto pivote bastante importante. Ahora, Apple podría tener un movimiento donde es rechazado, cae, va a volver a tocar esto, rechaza y se puede ir para arriba. Esto no rompería la estructura bajista, digo, la estructura alcista, porque es un alto más bajo. Entonces, para que estén al pendiente, esto puede pasar sin problema alguno. Voy a poner los indicadores una vez más para que puedan ver la fuerza de Apple. Así que pendientes. El retest, normalmente cuando estás en una tendencia alcista, el retest de la 9 o el 21 son buenas oportunidades de compra. Vamos a ver si lo retesteamos una vez más y si da vuelta para arriba. Pero es justamente donde está rangueando Apple en estos momentos. Alrighty, dólar peso, señor.
Not a single time have I forgotten to unmute myself today.
No, that's pretty impressive.
Right,
I gotta say. It might be Monday, but you're on it.
All right, so we got dollar peso on the monthly right now. We are getting that breakout that we were talking about before. We were saying that it was getting ready to shoot up to the upside. We got a wick high, tested this 95% range. It's very logical to project here because you only have a 5% continuation chance from here. The fact that we were still above the 178.6 is a very, very good sign for me, because we had a silver cross to the downside right here in February of 2023, and we're just about to invalidate it. And right now, the invalidation of that silver cross is just a formality for me, because we have 4 days and 4 hours left to go, and we have to drop below $18 and what is that, $18.74. It seems very unlikely that's going to happen before the end of the month. And that would confirm that silver cross is invalidated. And this whole downside move, we would have to expect a mean reversion, which we're already getting right now. We're getting at the 95% range. What I'm looking for is whenever this monthly closes, I want to see these ranges move up. Because if they don't, I would say the best case scenario for bulls is consolidation there, maybe a little sideways and pullback before the next month, and they move up. Then we can see the real move. But as long as we're within these ranges, I see it as very unlikely to continue going higher from there. I want to see the ranges move up. On the monthly HBDR momentum, we're seeing breaking up to the upside ever since around June of 2024, and there's no signs of it curving down yet. Right now, we're heavily within the bullish control zone. We're about to reach the top bullish critical zone. In this area, I would say that, okay, we're very likely at reaching a top, and we should be expecting consolidation or pullback from there, but we haven't even hit that area yet. So based on the H curve momentum, we still have juice to keep going up. We have volatility breaking out. We're at 83%. Volatility is still nowhere near extreme levels. It's a little high, but we want to see it extreme somewhere around between 90 and 100. So we haven't even gotten there yet. So volatility and momentum are still telling us that we have enough juice to continue going up to the upside. Right here on the jewel, we got a. You guys remember that red background, the God mode sell?
Yeah.
Right now we have that God mode versus on the green side, the buy side. And not only that, but we're getting the jewel swooping back up, the oscillator, within the bearish control zone. Let me draw a line for that. For me, the bearish control zone is 35. Because the 35 is what when you break below the neutral zone and you break into the area where bears control it at.
Right there.
Right there, yeah. So you notice every single time that it came back down, you at the very least you get a mean reversion type of bounce. So the jewel came right over here, flipped back up. You got a bounce of, it doesn't seem like that much, but it's probably going to be a very tradable bounce. 12% is not bad for Forex. 12% is pretty insane for a Forex. We had it right over here. No, that's thing. We don't even have another one. That's crazy. We only have one instance in the past where it ended up flipping back up, and that was in September of 2021. Or am I not looking at the right chart? This one happened.
USD MXN. Yeah, it should.
It starts from 2016, though. There's no way this chart only starts from 2016.
1 second. No, dude. It starts literally, my chart starts in 1990.
Okay, so I should use FXN. Is that the right one? Okay, yeah, this is the right one. Yeah, definitely, this is the right one. All right, so we're getting that same thing. Let me mark up the jewel over here with the 35.
Mm-hmm.
God. All right, there we go. So we got it right over here. Let's mark a vertical line. We got it over here. This one was not as strong because we just kind of broke into it, but we didn't hold it for that long. And we got it over here. I think that should be enough for back testing.
I'd say so.
We go to the price. This is going to be a massive hit in this last one. We ended up moving up just a calm almost 40% on a Forex.
On a currency.
Insane. This one is going to be even crazier. 77%. Oh my
What
God.
were the dates on the things that you have on?
Right here, June of 2013, and I have November of 2017. And let's see if I find any others. September 2021. June of 2013. August 2011. July 2010. And September of 2008. Everybody knows what happened in September of 2008.
Of course.
We're getting that same exact signal right here. Not only that, but the pink is very close to crossing above the yellow. And because they're all bunched up together, that gives you a very strong jewel signal. If the pink crosses above the yellow and the light blue is above the pink and they're all together, that tells you that you're going to get a strong cunning move towards the upside based off of this light blue cyan color. So right now, the dollar peso is telling us something. It's telling us like it's about to break out. Something is probably about to happen similar to 2013, similar to 2008. Like something is about to happen based off what the dollar peso is telling us. I don't think divergences are that important in Forex, but we'll just look at them just in case. I don't really trade Forex that much. I don't have a lot of experience with it. Alex has a lot more than me. But let's just take a look. Right now on the monthly, we have bullish divergence within the bearish control zone, which tells us this is a very strong drive for bullish divergence. We're already touching the bullish control zone, which that number is at around $19.88. We're about to touch that. If we break into the bullish control zone, at that point, the bulls will be strongly in control as long as we don't break below it again. And we have to target this top bullish critical zone, which right now is sitting at $26. That number will change within the next with the next monthly close, but right now it's at $26. And even that is a very significant move on Forex. You got to remember, this is a Forex. We look at
it's a whole country's fucking currency.
Yeah.
I would say so.
We're looking at the VMP on the quarterly, which is like same thing I was saying before, the jewel with the volatility aspect added to it. We're getting a curvature up and rejecting within the bearish control zone. So it's not able to go into this zone right here, this purple, and starting to curve back up, and volatility is starting to flip up with it too. So it's every single setup I'm looking at right now is telling me the dollar peso is looking extremely bullish. The 5-day, no divergences. We had some bearish divergence, but it's already been invalidated. Nothing here. Bearish divergence has been invalidated. Yeah, invalidated. So every single setup I'm looking at right now is giving me a sign that dollar peso is about to push up. We see the daily on the VMP. We're getting that fresh cyan bicycle with volatility expansion to support it. So I would be looking somewhere in the mid to upper 20s at the very least before consolidation, and then I would say it's probably going to go higher from there.
Wait, you're saying that it's going to go to like mid to upper 20s? Because I think the record is 25. That's the all-time high.
I'm seeing around 24 to 25 currently.
That's what I think too. Do you think it'll go higher than that then? After it, like, so you're saying it needs to reconcile price right there, and then it can go higher.
Yeah, I would like to see some consolidation there while the momentum indicator is reset. At that point, since we've touched 25 already, I feel like it's a weaker resistance, and we probably have enough juice to break through it, but only after the momentum indicator is reset. Because if they're at extremes at that point, I would say we have a very, very small chance of breaking it.
Holy ballsack. I think it will, because it's terrible for everyone. And I just think it's like, it already gave us a signal. It already went and fucking went up. Like, how much is it up from where it bottomed? By the way, it bottomed on April 24th, right? It's gone up, if I count the highest week, 25%. Losing a quarter of your money compared, like in pesos to dollars, in just April to now is insane. But hey, I live in the United States.
Hey, I'm glad to be in Mexico while the dollar is getting stronger versus peso.
Yeah, because you motherfuckers earning in dollars. That is really good. everyone in Mexico is fucked. But right now, this for us is really good. So if we go spend money in Mexico, which I will with you guys very soon.
We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward myself to. You did this RKT is what Alex is doing. PLTR Palantir for you, Farhan. All righty. Just going to bring you real quick and going to go like this. Okay. Veamos, estamos viendo el peso dólar, damas y caballeros. Peso dólar. Y antes de empezar esta, les quiero decir una vez más a todos ustedes que me están escuchando, déjenme escondo mis indicadores, déjenme rápidamente pongo mi importante cara enfrente de todos ustedes. El peso dólar, no sabemos por qué, pero es un excelente indicador de cuando algo potente va a pasar en la economía mundial, cuando Estados Unidos, esto literalmente ocurre solamente cuando hay recesiones muy potentes o cisnes negros que pasan, es cuando el peso de la nada se voltea y de haber llegado a niveles muy buenos en contra del dólar, se voltea a la baja con todo. Y en este momento estamos viendo este tipo de movimientos, ¿ok? Entonces, sin más ni más, los voy a llevar al gráfico del dólar peso. Y vamos a empezar en la mensual para que lo puedan ver de lejos. Ven cómo viene una tendencia alcista bastante grande desde julio del 2008. Este subidongo es la recesión del 2008 y literalmente recuerden, esto empezó en junio del 2008 y llegó a ser tope en marzo del 2009. Este fue el fondo del mercado, ¿ok? Este fue el fondo del mercado de la bolsa americana. Luego tuviste este mismo tipo de movimiento en junio del 2014 y acabó en enero del 2017. Todo este movimiento fue fue una recesión industrial alrededor del mundo, sobre todo en Europa. Fue este movimiento gigantesco. Luego, este movimiento que está acá empieza febrero del 2020 y acaba en abril del 2020. Movimiento bastante rápido, contundente y fuerte. Sabemos qué pasó acá, fue lo del bicho. Y ahora aquí vamos una vez más en camino hasta arriba. El dólar ha llegado hasta los 20.25. En este momento está cotizando en 19.38. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos viendo acá? Sencillo. De nuevo, los tengo en la mensual, los voy a poner en la semanal para que puedan ver acá mejor. Voy a quitarles esta línea que no es necesaria. Creo que es bastante claro que está subiendo como la espuma. Quiero que vean, aquí abajo tenemos un cruce, un Silver Cross, un cruce plateado fuertísimo. No, venimos, retesteamos una vez la 9, el 21 acaba de cruzar encima del 100. Esto indica muchísima fuerza más en el precio y apenas acaba de pasar literalmente en la vela que se está dando ahorita. Venimos a retestear por primera vez, ¿ok? Desde acá atrás, desde el 2022 venimos a retestear el 200, lo rompimos al alza y estamos en este momento cotizando en casi 19.4. Cuando volteamos a ver a la diaria, tenemos que el mismísimo cruce plateado y ahora seguimos a la alza, se vino a apoyar en el 55 y se fue para arriba y estamos a punto de formar, estamos creando una bandera alcista por acá. Ahora, ¿cuáles son los objetivos que tiene Farhan? Y esto es bastante doloroso para todos ustedes que viven en México y que no tienen dólares. Espero que sí tengan, ¿no? No estoy asumiendo que nadie tiene dólares acá, pero igual y si tienen. Nuestro siguiente objetivo acá son entre 24 y 25 dólares. Por ahí es donde vamos a esperar el precio a reconciliar. Y una vez que se quede el precio ahí un poco más, podríamos ver la siguiente pierna a la alza del dólar contra el peso. Lo primero es, nuestro primer objetivo en este momento son 24, 25 pesos por dólar con este movimiento y con la fuerza que lleva el dólar y el peso. No es una suposición, es simplemente lo que nos están diciendo los indicadores de momentum y la volatilidad junto con la combinación de el precio y su comportamiento hasta ahorita. Entonces, suerte a todo el mundo. Vale, RKT, Wrecked. Rocket Mortgage, the racist Rocket Mortgage Company.
Nice.
All right, let's go.
Cool. So yeah, I mean, this is a big thing I'm seeing right now. I put in a fib retracement. Just want to show it on the daily to first start. This is an interesting chart here. I mean, a massive consolidation to breakout, and we know we're a confirmed breakout. We know this. Simply just with how the posturing with the bands are, it's kind of nice. We have this weekly breakout basing on this upper band, which tells me I feel like we have more upside potentially, and that's why I have this scenario drawn out on the daily. To me, it would make sense for us to basically push up more. Feel a little bit more of this inefficiency here. And the reason I'm looking at more of a rejection right at this dash line, right around $24 to $22, is simply because that's what happened here. Nice, a big move up. This was a big level for price. This is what price is telling us if we just look back in the history. The difference here is we went up, but it just couldn't sustain the support. It lost the 0.5 and also the green mean line here at $18.59. For me, I would like to see this happen again, squeeze up, maybe wicks a little higher. Bears will look at it as a lower time frame deviation. It comes back down and back tests this into support. The scenario it failed to do here, it holds. This then you could argue will look like a cup and handle potentially, because you have that rounded out bottom. I know you need to look at volume when you're also looking at that, but something to watch for sure is this scenario here.
You want to get a measured move off of that?
I don't know how to do measured moves from cup handles.
From the bottom wick to that top where you have the line at, the green line.
I see.
Yeah, right there. And then you would take it from the green line higher.
Let's see.
The bottom is from the green line. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Nice. So, I mean, yeah, that puts us right back in this zone here. And for me, let me take this fib off. For me right now, big levels on this chart. I mean, big pumps and big dumps, and you have to keep in mind this doesn't have a lot of data, so we're dealing with not that much stuff already. But as it stands, this green line is a huge level for price. If price can get back above this green line, I do think it can definitely go up and squeeze higher. On these dumps here, it leaves a lot of liquidity up here. And it just needs to get a sustained breakout, which it already is. And so this scenario looks very logical. Breaks out, deviates. People are going to look at this as a breakdown. Back in, they're going to see what happened last time. They're going to probably short. The idea would be it goes and just simply backtests on more of a higher time frame and holds that $18.50. Potentially forming the cup and handle, giving us that measure target to like $30. But if not, then we'll call it the next line, right? 27.40. If it can break back above there, then and hold it, then I don't see why it wouldn't go to the $34 mark. But one thing after the next, and it's a big move for now. Very strong. Let me delete this now. This is just a meme. This is not even a potential scenario yet until we get the back test. And you can see daily is very strong. If you go, let me show the weekly, and we can see the crosses here. Not a lot of data here, Satcho, but this silver cross on the weekly was the first sign for sure that momentum is in favor with bulls right now. Because if you see here from the start of it, it's basically never really been above the 21. This is the first time it has silver cross on the weekly in all of its time frame. So that would have been the first sign. And then the 9 we would have expected to hold along with the 21, which is kind of what's been happening. It's still very active. And on top of it, the daily, I believe, freshly crossed the 21 here at support, signifying that we definitely can break out more. And now we're just basically riding up to resistance while holding the EMAs. And that's why I don't think this will just keep going up only. I think the more likely scenario would be to wick a little above this, deviate down, and then aggressively come back down, backfilling this. Because if you see here, the moment we basically closed above right here, not the cleanest, but it closed exactly on it, it basically held, deviated here just a bit. That's just a chop with these very volatile assets. So in that case, we should look at a 2-day. You can see it hasn't really lost it. Right here, it reclaimed it. I don't really count this as a back test too much. So coming back down and actually testing it would be cool and quite healthy, and most likely lines up with the 21 coming a little higher. But it probably does find a bottom or at least a next major higher low right at this 9, in my opinion. The monthly is interesting on this chart. it has a fresh cross. The 9's now freshly crossing the 21, which hasn't happened. We can see here just perfectly how well this 9 has held. I always say this every time I bring it up. If you want a simple trading strategy, trade off the monthly. Anytime a monthly reclaims the 9, especially when it's held down this long, punt along, see where it goes. Have the invalidation if you lose the 9. Here you would have been a profit. You would have acknowledged the 21, and then you had just stopped break even, retry it, and then from that point, it's been just undisappointing. I mean, 138%. And so ideally, monthly is looking strong. That's why I do think that we could still go higher, especially with this closing in 4 days. This is an insane candle. This is a monthly candle engulfing multiple months right here. So, ideally, you should just be looking for some either consolidation in this range or a full back test right here. Could happen next month on the monthly candle. That wouldn't surprise me. We maybe close really bullish, come up a little bit more, get people kind of long in, come all the way down, form a nice hammerhead at support to go launch up to that $30 level. Would make a lot of sense to me, but we're not dealing with a lot of data on this chart. I don't know what it does, but just as it stands, this is kind of the vibe I'm getting with it. So I'll go back one more time so you guys can see.
What do you mean? That's Rocket Mortgage.
Yeah, I just click buttons, brother. I'm not good with real estate.
Touche. Too fucking shit.
I'm not gonna. I can't act like I don't know, but obviously this is bullish real estate. Obviously, you know so much about real estate, Alondra, but this is what I'm looking for. Essentially, move quick up, down, maybe force cup and handle to break out.
You know who knows more about real estate?
Who?
Mr. Manny Koshman, the real estate god.
You know what? You should get a course on how to get into the most unproductive sector in real estate, which is commercial real estate right now. And hold on tight because it's about to change. Wait, no, it's not. Oh, man. What a bummer. But anyways, just buy my course, $12,000. You got it. You want to see something interesting? This is Rocket Mortgage, right? That's what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to put it more on a weekly so that you can see it. Let me turn these off. No need to see them right now. So mortgage rates don't go one to one to when the Federal Reserve changes policy. They change before, they change after, right? So this is what I'm getting at. The Federal Reserve announced on November of 2021, August, September, October. Hold on 1 second. November of 2021, right here. Okay. They said, we're going to lower interest rates, right? And that's going to happen in March. So everybody's thinking, dude, March is going to be when I'm buying my house. But the thing is, they actually started hiking interest rates around here, around February of 2022. That's when it happened, right? And you see the breakdown. So that was a 57% breakdown on price. Then right here, mortgages last month came down for the first time. Like, not for the first time. They had a fake out, which is when I got my McLaren at the beginning of the year, which is probably this. See, this is it. This is the fake out. In here, this is when they actually change prices, and they're going to continue to get lower and go lower according to what's happening right now. And that is at the same level. That literally happened at 1407 or 1415, which is really fucking interesting because once you broke it to the downside, it told you shit's fucked. And once you broke it to the upside, Rocket Mortgage is going to do great because they're going to lower interest rates to fucking zero, homie. And now you can come and look for your highs right here.
That's interesting. I mean, one line on the chart, I'd want that one because that's an actually interesting correlation that you bring up. Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, just wanted to share that with you.
Because now here we are breaking out, going up with that timing after reclaiming that line, the same line that we lost when we broke down when they announced it. So
And to me, I have several correlations as to mortgages and yields going to zero, right? Like a lot of people are saying they're not going to drop interest rates. Like maybe they and by the way, don't get it confused. I'm not saying they're going to drop interest rates on the first meeting 75 points, right? Down. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is when I look at the peso dollar relationship, it's clearly giving me the same signal like before it goes into like monetary policy to zero when our interest rates go to zero. We have that. I have this chart right here that's showing me this. And then I'm looking at yields, and yields are coming down hard as fuck. It doesn't matter that it's green right now. This shit's coming at least to 325. And if I turn out my EMAs on the weekly, 295, but it's coming down further.
You see that? If you go back to the previous chart for a second.
Weekly.
So do you see that red candle when we close below that EMA? What is that closure at?
This one?
No, all the way to the left. We close right below that line right there. No, keep going. It's very close to current price action. Very close to current price action.
Wait.
Current.
So right here.
Current.
This is
this is current price action.
All the way to the right. My bad. All the way to the right.
All the way to the right.
Yeah, that one right there. To the left. Left.
The green one. The green
that
one.
No, that red one right there.
Oh, okay.
What's the close?
The close on it was 3.795.
Okay, and that previous wick low, what is the close on that one? Keep going.
This one?
Yeah, that one. What is the close on? What is the close on the right? That one. The wick low. What is the low?
Oh, this one right here.
Yeah, that
Sorry.
What is the low? The lowest wick there is
3.786.
So we closed below that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So confirmed downtrend.
Yeah. There's no fucking doubt. And you're about to silver cross like the orange and the orange is 55. The orange is 55 and the yellow one is 21. So you're about to get a silver cross to the downside. And this is on the 10-year note. Yeah. And then if you look at the 30, the 30 is about to do the same and it's coming down hard. It's barely hanging on to the 100 EMA, but impressively the 2-year one, which is the one that has to go faster down, along with the one already silver cross to the downside right here.
And it's breaking down with the bearish retest if you add that diagonal more.
Exactly. And then the 1 year did the same thing to the downside. Silver cross to the downside, 100 right here.
Looks like it's forming a bear flag too.
So these are going to drop fucking hard as fuck, like very soon. Very, very soon. And there's just a lot of things telling us that we're actually going to get zero interest rates again.
I mean, we already got somebody who was telling us that. Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I thought. Like, I wouldn't doubt that if Trump becomes president.
But if that happens, there's two options. We either go into a miserable recession, whatever the fuck it is, it takes a long time and they do it. Or they throw us a black swan hardcore right in front of us. They drop rates. Let's go on.
Because if Trump becomes president, like how long, let's say it does become, back to zero. How long do you think that would take? Would it just be like at the end of his presidency, we would feel the effects of that and it would be bad, like recession, or would it be during it? If there was, let's say, no reason, like a black swan, he just did it. Wanted that done. They just got it done.
I think they're going to go with the black swan thing to go fast.
Because also, if the effects of it after his presidency wouldn't surprise me, then he just has a good 4 years. He's not going to be president again. And then, whatever happens after. Black swan, that would constitute it. It would make more logical sense to have a reason behind it. Is that the monkeypox? Is it war? I don't know. It seems like we are getting black swans every month now.
Well, that's because they want to confuse us and they don't want us to pay attention to where the real problem is coming from. Whatever they're putting in front of you is not what it's like really going to be the scary thing. It's whatever they're not putting in front of you. And to me, that's the war with Russia. That's that, because if you go into war with Russia, you can do what Zelensky did, not change presidents, or at least create that, hey, we can't, we're in war. Do you really want Donald Trump to come in right now when he doesn't know anything about wars? Or do you want to have like the Democrats? With Russia, it also puts all of the danger on Europe's front door rather than ours. So that keeps us away from it, so that the population still, whatever, they can have like an attack, one of those attacks in the United States, the rest in Europe. And with that, that's enough to get people to turn around and go like, fuck those Russians, go get them. And then everyone's distracted and forgets everything. That could be the case, because at the end of the day, whatever they're going to do, it has to do with the elections and the power grab, because that's what they tried killing Donald Trump to do.
Yeah,
They
I
literally,
agree with you.
they are not prepared for whatever the fuck is going on. That's why Kamala Harris is there. They're not prepared, and they need to throw something. And also the economy is shit. I sell a ton of products everywhere, and I talk to a bunch of people that do the same. This is fucked. Fucked already.
I'm convinced if she is the president, whenever that shit goes down, we are going to have nuclear war.
Yeah, it would have to be, or at least the illusion that it is. Absolutely. I'm not.
I mean, in that scenario too, I mean, you have to remember a lot of people feel the same way. So if like they do use the power of war to stay in power, then like I definitely think we will get some civil wars in the United States then. I just think because people aren't going to just rally and say, oh yeah, we support it. Now we're going to say, fuck this shit, like we need to get her out, or it's gonna fuck us over more, and it's just gonna be more conflict. So very interesting. I have no idea. I know though, like in I know a British soldier, a British citizen died in, I think, Ukraine or something like that this weekend. I mean, I know like the nuclear I forgot the plant, but in Ukraine, essentially, that could be also a huge risk if it has a meltdown.
But it's just under control of the Russians. The thing, that's not going to be it. They're bombing Russia itself. They're going into Russia. They haven't done that since World War II. They're like,
but then the flip side is, but there's no U.S. soldiers yet, but we're just funding.
But they're using U.S. long-range missiles, which Putin said was a red line for him.
Oh, okay.
Well, there was a red line on all over the things that we did. Everything that Biden was like, we're never going to do that because that's going to be World War II. He did. World War III, he did.
And let's just backtrack. Like, he could have avoided this Russian-Ukraine shit if he just was very like, no, Ukraine's not going into NATO. We will push troops off away from the border, respect the agreement.
We started, like, you know that, right?
I just remember like thinking to myself, why isn't he being more clear? Why is he implying like we might and we might not when they're not going to be? And that was like a big thing. We had that. I don't know,
the black swan back then to blame interest rate lowering on something.
That makes sense.
You guys remember right after the war started, like 2 months after, Russia and Ukraine were ready to negotiate, and the U.S. sent Boris Johnson over there.
Yeah,
we don't want that negotiation.
Yeah, it was fucking. It's so ridiculous. It's embarrassing that people really still believe these things, like real conflicts.
I got something to show you guys about that whole situation.
Show us.
This is what's going to happen whenever that happens, and we have Kamala Harris as president. This is what we'll all be. This is what we'll all be.
Correct. Correct means a fact in the ass. Correct.
I love Rubini. I love Nouriel Rubini. He's a fucking monster. I learned, actually, I took his economic course when it was the pandemic. He was just doing it online for $50 a month. That is the cheapest thing. Like, that dude's a beast, a fucking beast. Either way, let me show this and then we can fuck off. I know some. Did you do Palantir?
That one's next.
Yeah. If you haven't done it, we can. Yeah, let's finish it on Palantir. I'll finish this one and let's finish on Palantir. Vale, pues, tíos. Aquí les tengo Rocket Mortgage. ¿Qué es Rocket Mortgage? Rocket Mortgage es una compañía que te da hipotecas en línea y además son muy racistas. Personalmente he vivido el racismo a través de Rocket Mortgage. Así que si son latinos y están pensando en usar Rocket Mortgage, tal vez no quieran hacerlo porque son unas mierdas y cagadas. Me escribieron antes de pensar de, güey, le voy a escribir a estos tíos para que me den una hipoteca. Nunca se me ocurrió que lo podía hacer simplemente con mis amigos. No sé por qué mierdas tuve que ir con ellos. Aparte que dije, güey, pues cualquiera lo puede pedir en línea, lo voy a hacer de una vez. Mandé el request en línea y me contestaron, no le vamos a dar hipoteca a Juan, aunque no había ningún Juan en el correo, ¿no? No me llamo Juan, me llamo Alejandro. Pero bueno, gracias Rocket Mortgage, vayan a comer mierda. En fin, aquí tenemos la tabla mensual de Rocket Mortgage. No hay demasiados datos. La razón por la que no hay muchos datos es porque es bastante joven, ¿no? Esto salió literalmente en agosto del 2020 y pueden ver el precio y lo que ha hecho el precio en estos momentos. Lo que les quiero enseñar acá es más en la semanal, lo que me llama la atención. Cuando subieron intereses, fue en noviembre del 2021. ¿Se acuerdan? Por acá, más o menos, acá, en esta zona. Pero eso fue cuando Jerome Powell dijo, vamos a hacerlo. Cuando empezaron de verdad a cambiar política monetaria fue en marzo, ¿ok? En marzo del 2022. Pero en marzo del 2022 los bancos ya habían empezado a subir los intereses en sus hipotecas. Eso quiere decir que Rocket Mortgage empezó a subir intereses en sus hipotecas por ahí de enero, febrero del 2022. Es justamente este escalón que está en los $14. Ahora, este año, a principio de año, cuando fui a comprar mi McLaren, hubo un fake out de intereses a la baja. ¿Se acuerdan? Y por eso compré el coche. Porque dije, güey, no voy a desaprovechar estos intereses a la baja. Fue este pico. Pero vean el nivel que estamos rompiendo. Y ahora, aquí mismo es cuando nos dicen que van a empezar a bajar los intereses, pero efectivamente en las hipotecas el mes pasado empezaron a bajar los intereses y recuperamos el mismo nivel. ¿Lo pueden ver? Esto está subiendo, lo que me está dando una confirmación de que probablemente los intereses vayan a ir a cero y que el sector de las casas vaya a calentarse cabrón cuando eso llegue a pasar, pero va a faltar tiempo, todavía estamos lejos. El precio lleva demasiada fuerza, hizo un cruce plateado, un Silver Cross por acá en enero del 2023, diciembre del 2024, diciembre del 2023, y eso nos ha llevado hasta acá. Estamos demasiado por arriba del precio. Nuestro siguiente objetivo simplemente van a ser los 24.70 en Rocket Mortgage, por si están invertidos en ello. Y esta es una de estas industrias que debería de irle bien siempre y cuando la política monetaria sea no tocada. Así que no esperen que esto vaya simplemente hacia arriba. Sería más saludable si empieza a consolidar el precio por acá y se empieza a buscar esta parte del canal. Pero eso para ustedes es literalmente Rocket Mortgage. Ahí lo tienen, sin más ni más. Y vamos. All righty, boy. Take us home, Farhan.
All right, Palantir, Peter Thiel.
By the way, did you see that interview with Joe Rogan?
That was so funny. I love that.
Can I tell you something?
Mm-hmm.
That dude, Peter Thiel, went out there to try to sell people on a completely different alternative to reality. He went out there, I'm just going to give you a little example because Peter Thiel is embedded into the shit that people do in this country. Peter Thiel is the reason why we had the banking crisis that never happened. Well, that happened, but never happened. Peter Thiel is one of the biggest pieces of shit that the world will ever see. Even though he's a genius, no one's saying no, but he's a tremendous pile of crap. Okay? And Peter Thiel, I can show you just with one example. Try to convince everyone that the reason why Melinda Gates didn't like Peter Thiel was because he told him to get rid of her and get divorced. Did he not try to put that narrative on the Joe Rogan podcast on Bill Gates? That literally he was not a bad guy and that he was just advising Bill to divorce Melinda.
Didn't Melinda divorce Bill because he was friends with Epstein?
That's what I'm saying. So he went out there to clean a lot of stuff like that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So he went out there to...
Yeah. Continue. I'm sorry. Continue.
No, he went out there to tell people like the opposite side of stories so that it looked... You know what I mean? Like he's trying to diverge the attention to other places. He's a piece of fucking shit. And then Joe Rogan had yesterday, and this is, I think to me, this is very important, the time that we're living in right now. Not yesterday, but on his last episode, had someone that works at the Pentagon who's selling us so hard that there's aliens and that they own these equipments that aliens made and that they have this relationship with aliens. I love aliens. I hope that they're real. I hope that they come from another planet. But seeing a fucking douchebag that works at the Pentagon, oh, I can't answer that, but I can tell you they're real. And I can tell you they're here. And I can tell you that we have a relationship with them. But I can't tell you anything more. Yeah, fuck you. Like now, the piece of shit people from everywhere are going into the Joe Rogan podcast. They're infiltrating places. And I want you to know, I don't know how many finance videos you watch. Danielle DiMartino Booth is a Fed plant, period. Let's go. Sorry, Farhan.
But yeah, Peter Thiel is basically what people like to pretend Elon is. People who hate Elon.
Yes. Yes.
Like,
100%.
oh, he's so evil. He's so evil.
100. Peter Thiel is the real evil, like a real fucking piece of shit, and he's very smart and influential. Him and Bill Ackman, they
The world is falling.
they do whatever their grandmaster Jamie Dimon tells them to do.
You remember when Bill Ackman came on CNBC and said Hilton is going to zero?
How can anyone forget, dude? That dude makes so much money making people panic. That's what he does. I hope one day I can do that.
He goes, I'm one of the biggest shareholders, and I'm telling you it's going to zero.
He's
So why are
such
you
a
still the biggest shareholder, bro?
He's like, cause I'm shorting, dude. Come on, because I'm short. That's why. And then I'm gonna pump it whenever you guys are fucking short and take you guys out. Smart man.
Thankfully for him, he has to wait a couple days to file those financial disclosures. By that point, he's already made his money from his shorts.
Exactly, dude. It's the biggest fucking pony show I've ever seen in my life. It's so stupid.
Unfortunately, his stock looks pretty fucking good right now. So
I know it looks incredible, incredible. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against these things.
So right now we're testing this meme line that I have right here from this previous highs, and I do a little fib extension right here. So we're at the 78.6 level at $29.14. If we break above this meme line, not only do I think that we test all-time highs, I think we go significantly higher. This is not, remember, this is a monthly chart. This is not going to take 2 or 3 months, maybe a year to play out. But it's going to take a long time to play out. But if we do get a close above this $29, $30 level, I strongly think we're going to go into the 100s, maybe $150 based on what I have on the fib extension.
Wow.
If you look at our momentum indicators, HPDR momentum is starting to flip back up. It's within the it went down to the neutral zone and they rejected that and started flip backing up to the bullish control zone. It's currently at the 70 level, which is still not even as close to where it topped out last time in the 100. So we have a lot more way to go and more juice to go to the upside. Volatility starting to support it as well, starting to flip back up on the HPDR volatility, and that's giving us telling us that we have good amount of more juice to go to keep pushing this move. The jewel is giving us this light blue cyan color, which is the buy signal within and it corrected down to the 60, which I consider the bullish control zone. It rejected getting kicked out of the bullish control zone and it stayed within there, and it flipped back up to that cyan color. So the monthly right now is telling me that this thing is looking extremely bullish. On the weekly, where we are getting what we would expect after we went above the blue zone, that we're correcting back a little bit. We're still above every major moving average. I think we could come back down to this 5 EMA, which is around $30.26. But from there, I would be looking for a bounce, either from the 5 EMA or this meme line at $29.83. Get a bounce from there while these ranges move up on the next weekly open. And then I would say that we have based on the monthly setup, that we have enough juice to keep going back up because the ranges have moved up and we'd have to test the top of the blue zone again. At that point, that blue zone would likely be over here. We just run like this previous highs at 33.50 area. And then once we break through there, then we can continue to the upside towards those higher targets. We look at the HPDR momentum. It makes sense because right now we're getting a rejection at the top of the blue zone and we're correcting a little bit. The momentum is starting to flip down. It is still in positive territory. It has not flipped negative yet. So it's volatility is slipping down with it. So it's telling us that this is going to be a corrective move. While momentum is slipping down, the volatility is slipped down. We look at the jewel. The jewel is still the pink just crossed above the yellow. We're getting this first sign of this dark blue sell signal. But the reason why I don't think it's that significant is because we're still above this pink and the yellow. So if we were to flip back up from here, this would give us a perfect jewel buy signal because all of these oscillators and moving averages are bunched up together. And whenever they're bunched up together and we get a move from there, that gives you a turning move. And that would take us within this bullish control zone right here. The jewel doesn't tell you what price it would be to get there, but last time we were in that area, never before.
Fuck.
That's good. I guess that gives us astronomical targets to the upside. Let's look at divergences and we'll close it there. Monthly, nothing. Weekly. All right, so weekly is about to confirm some bearish divergence.
Right now, we are within the edge of the bullish control zone. Our bearish divergence will be confirmed if we close below this candle's open, which right now is $32.42. If we do close below that and we confirm that bearish divergence, I would target at the very minimum this 9 EMA, which were on $29. Remember that $28 number we were looking at before? For the edge of the bullish control zone, it makes a lot of sense to come back down here after closing above 9 EMA, retest it, get a reconnect, and then go. If we get some buying pressure there, then we can continue up towards those upward targets. And at that point, let's see if I can draw one of these things. Our first target based on the weekly will be somewhere around $45 if we do get a buying pressure here. And what I'd love to see, let me disable this. The 9 EMA lines up exactly with the 78.6%. So whenever you see a confluence like that, that gives you a very high probability for that trade. Where we bounce off that, and as long as we close above this 28.98 level, we have to continue upward towards the 161.8% level, which is currently at $45. I don't think we blast through. I think we hit it and we correct a little bit, maybe sideways consolidations and a little bit of a pullback while our momentum indicators reset. And then from there, I would say we're probably going to go to $100 plus.
Damn. I have a friend that bought this shit at $6.
Bro is fucking printing.
I know. I'm so jealous. And he's not a trader. He's like, he doesn't care. He's got his own business and whatnot. He's like, I bought this, whatever. And he showed it to me when he was like at 20 something. I was like, this is looking really good. You should hold it a little bit more and sell it. And he goes, I just have it, dude. Like, I don't care. And he's right now, like, his bag is worth so much money and he doesn't fucking care. It's driving me crazy every day I see this.
Peter Thiel is very thankful.
Oh, yeah. Peter Thiel is the best. And he doesn't look like an alien and a monster at all. Wait, he does. That is weird. Okay. Let's wrap this up, baby. Estamos viendo Palantir en la mensual. Como pueden ver, no hay demasiados datos. Lo hemos visto antes y ha exactamente hecho lo que esperábamos. Poder romper y estar por encima de esta línea. En la mensual, en este momento Palantir está cotizando en $30.89 y estamos bastante arriba del promedio del 21 y el 9, lo que nos dice, lo que también tuvo un cruce, lo que nos dice que este movimiento en la mensual lleva fuerza. Ahora, en la semanal, cuando nos acercamos, podemos ver que tuvimos ese cruce plateado acá en junio del 2023, seguimos con él y sigue con toda la fuerza del precio hacia la alza. Hemos rebotado en el 21, le encanta venir a buscar el 21 para poder rebotar. A veces... No ha buscado el 55 todavía, por lo que el 21 son buenas oportunidades de entrada, pero cuando volteas a ver en el semanal acá, el EMA 9 está en los $29 y en los $29 tenemos muchísima confluencia y también el tope de esta vela roja, lo que nos dice que probablemente Palantir va a intentar estar por acá consolidando y empujando hacia adelante. Y empujando hacia arriba. Cuando voltamos a ver a la diaria, en la diaria acabamos de perder el 9 y aquí tenemos que poner algo de atención, pero lo más probable es que vengamos a buscar esta línea del 29.99 y seguir nuestro recorrido a la alza. Si podemos rebotar del 29.99 esta zona, respetarla y seguir para adelante y romper el alto que hicimos acá en los $33, nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser por ahí de los $45. ¿Ok? Y después de los 45, un segundo. Y después de los $45 hay objetivos demasiado locos que no les quiero dar porque suena completamente ridículo, pero Palantir se ve muy, muy, muy bien. Así que si le metieron a Palantir como mi cuate, felicidades a todos ustedes, pero si no, cómansela. Boys, anything else you'd like to add before we go?
You mean to farm?
You almost had it. You
Yeah.
almost had it. Oh my God. You
Right
almost
at the
had it. You
end.
were so close. So close. A perfect day.
No, great stream overall. Always fun to touch base with you boys. You know, I'll see you come Wednesday. And I live on the Discord, so feel free to join the Elite Trading Academy Discord, post all my thoughts there and whatnot. So
I'll plug that right now. What about you, Farhan?
No, I got nothing to add.
Nothing else? Well, before we go, I'm just going to do a shameless plug of our Discord so that people can come join, and let's go.
Actually, the one thing I will add, though, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
All the people who are interested in the indicators, I got to tell you, like, if you buy the indicator, it's not a magic pill. It's not going to make you a good trader. And if you don't like it, like, it's going to make me look bad if you ask them for a refund. So don't buy it. Don't buy it if you don't know what you're doing, please.
I
agree. What we can do is offer a seminar at some point where you teach everyone, like let's say that we get a group of 50 people to come in and show them how to use it properly.
That sounds good.
No, that'd be a good idea. And you don't need indicators. You don't need expensive fancy ones. Like I'm living proof. You don't need it. It's nice, it's helpful, but you don't need it at all.
Yeah.
So
I agree. I only use Farhan as my fancy indicator. Let me do the plug and let's get out of here. Thank you, guys. Ok, y aquí les voy a dejar, aquí estamos en el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Les voy a poner exactamente toda la información acá para que la tengan y puedan unirse al Discord. Recuerden que es absolutamente gratis y para todos ustedes que les da cosa de cómo usar Discord porque es bastante relajo. Acá lo tienen, Elite Trading Academy, acá a la izquierda, una vez que se unan y están siguiendo nuestro blog, perdón, nuestro Discord, pueden literalmente ver lo mismo que yo. Aquí está el análisis de Alex, aquí está el análisis de Farhan, aquí está literalmente nuestros enlaces para BitGet, que es el exchange que usamos. Recuerden que nosotros tradeamos criptomonedas y específicamente Bitcoin para poder enfocarnos en una cosa y ser buenos. También tenemos Bluffing, que es el exchange que funciona en Estados Unidos y no requiere KYC. Aquí está TradingView, que es la herramienta que usamos nosotros diario para poder ver nuestros gráficos. Aquí vengan a decir hola en greetings, en chart request vengan a pedirnos tablas. Noticias, vengan a leer y compartir noticias con nosotros, como el tío Jerome Powell. Vengan a compartir sus ganancias y sus pérdidas con nosotros. Potente todo el mundo por acá, 24, 29%. No seas mamón. Wow, vientos. Bueno, en fin, felicidades a todos esos güeyes. En general, aquí tenemos la buena plática y es todo lo que tienen que saber, básicamente. Así que si se quieren dar una vuelta, Elite Trading Academy, aprender es absolutamente gratis. Hacemos estos streams. Lo único que queremos es que todos puedan entender lo que estamos hablando en estos live streams para que sepan lo que están haciendo. Y un recordatorio para todos ustedes de que nos dijo Farhan en este momento y también Alex, no necesitan comprar estos indicadores que tiene Farhan. No es como que el indicador te dice el precio, te está diciendo detalles importantes de la acción en ese momento, pero tú eres el que a fin de cuentas tiene que tomar la decisión. No vayan a comprar estos indicadores creyendo que les van a resolver la vida y que simplemente el precio se queda acá. No es tan fácil. Y lo que vamos a hacer es, a cierto punto vamos a tener un día donde el gran Farhan les enseña a todos ustedes cómo usarlo y también Alex los indicadores que él usa. Les mandamos un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Gracias por todo. Y de nuevo, si quieren unirse al grupo de estos perros, métanse a Elite Trading Academy y que está en la descripción de abajo. Les mandamos un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho y nos vemos en la próxima. Como de que no, yo los voy a ver en un rato para un Nadie Me Preguntó.